Same Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
Hello there and a very good morning to you. Welcome to Sewing Street. My name is Debbie Shaw and I'm going to be with you for the next 5 hours. We've got some amazing shows coming up. Sarah Payne is going to be joining us in the next hour. She's got her new fabric range and some patterns coming up later on as well. We've got new fabrics, licensed fabrics in this hour, and in the final hour we've got some amazing quilt kits which I hear are all going to be dropping in price. But first of all, of course, we've got our early bird. Don't think this is going to last. Do you use a rotary? Of course you use a rotary cutter, and the most popular size is a 45mm rotary cutter. How much do you normally pay for your rotary cutter? About £9.99. That's a good price, isn't it? That is a good price for an ergonomic, left or right-handed 45mm rotary cutter. Fantastic price. But it's not good enough for an early bird. So we're going to take that price down. I don't know where we're going. I don't know where we're going with this one. To £6.99. Now we do have a finite number of stock. Order as many of those as you like. I mean, you can pay that much for just replacement blades, can't you? But you need to get this in your basket and go through and check out as quickly as you can. Don't worry about, oh, well, if I pay the postage on this and then I want to order something else in the day, I'm just going to have to pay that postage over and over again, because you don't. Because go for this, pay for it, check out of your basket, make sure it's yours, and then anything else you order will go onto the same order, because the orders are processed just before midnight tonight, and they're all bundled together, and you'll only pay one postage. So don't just put this in your basket and think, oh, I'll check out later on. I'll have a look at what's coming. I'll have a look at Sarah's new fabrics in a bit. No, you need to go and check out of this and just make sure it's yours, because it's £6.99. I'm taking it out of the packet. I'm taking it out. I'm wasting £6.99. Look. I might even cut something up. It is left or right-handed. It's lockable. So you've got a safety feature there as well. Always get into the habit of locking it. So that's that little button that you're pressing from one side to another. Ergonomic means it's comfortable. The blade you can take off and put on the other side, so that makes it left or right-handed. And it's pink. It's just pink. And it will take regular replacement blades as well. So don't worry about which brand of replacement blades you go for. If you can't find a Crafter's Dream rotary cutter blade, it doesn't matter. You can go for any blade there at all, as long as it's the same side. Chantal, oh, hello in Dorset. Chantal says, good morning, lovely Debbie. I don't need another rotary cutter, but at that price, I couldn't say no. Do you know, that's exactly what I'm thinking. And I know this sounds bad, but I'd rather have a couple of rotary cutters just in case I need a new blade. Not to throw the old one away, but if I'm cutting, I want to carry on cutting, not wait and stopping. So have another one to swap over with. Now this is key. A rotary cutter, you shouldn't have to press on too hard with it. It should glide through your fabric. If you're cutting with a ruler, you're going to be able to cut really, really accurately the smallest pieces of fabric, so much easier than cutting with scissors. If you're cutting with scissors, I'll even cut out my dressmaking patterns with a rotary cutter, because your fabric stays flat. Whatever kind of scissors you're using, you're going to lift your fabric up. And I find that if I'm cutting out a pattern and I'm lifting the fabric up, it's not always accurate. So yes, for using with your rulers, but if you wanted to use this around a pattern, have a practice first. It's just a little bit like drawing with a pen. All I'm doing is following the line on the mat underneath me there. But do practice, do try. So yes, use it with your cutters. Yes, use it with your templates. But just have a go at freehand. You'll find that you can cut most shapes just like you're drawing with a pen. I think ergonomic is really important, and ease of use. There's lots of different styles of rotary cutters. I use an Alpha, and it's very similar to this, so you just squeeze it. I like it to be comfortable. I don't like it to be too hard to either put pressure on there or to open and close, because my hands don't work very well at the moment. Well, they never will again. And I do like the lock, and I like an easy lock. Your default setting is closed. It'll be closed when you get it home. If you drop it, there's no risk of the blade coming out. You can't actually open that once that's locked. And it's easy. There's no kind of, I think some rotary cutters have like a guard that slides over the top. This is just a button that you press. You can also lock it out. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because if you do drop it, these things are really sharp. But they need to be. So the sharper the blade, the less pressure you need to put on. I see a lot, actually, with workshops and things that we do. People that aren't used to using a rotary cutter will put an awful lot of pressure on and say, oh no, I can't use it. Oh, it's not good for my elbows and it's not good for my shoulders because I really have to press on. A good rotary cutter, excuse me, you don't have to press on. There's no pressure there. You just simply, you press on, but not a lot of pressure. It should just glide through your fabric. I'm cutting up my own fabric into little strips here, and I'm kicking myself now. But it's worth it. Honestly, if you haven't used a rotary cutter before, invest in one. And the sharper the blade, the safer the blade, just like with your scissors. Morning, who's that then? And oh, Dawn in Greater London. Hello, how are you? What's it like in London today? Oh, it's bank holiday, isn't it? Yeah. Morning, Debbie. Happy bank holiday, everyone. Looking forward to a great show. We've got 5 great shows for you. 5 great shows for you today. What's your weather like today? What's it like out there? Because it forecast rain, didn't it? But, well, of course, bank holiday, what do you expect? But what's it like? What are you doing? What are you doing over the bank holiday? Is it going to be a sewing day? Is it day off work, so you've got a chance to actually do something? Come and have a chat. And oh, I haven't got my tablets, have I? Have I got a tablet so I can read Facebook messages? Or you can message. The ones that come up on the bottom of the screen are on the Sewing Street website. So while you're on there, or if you want to email us, it's studio@sewingstreet.com. Now, if you've got any questions, I mean, we're here all morning, me and Sarah. If you've got any sewing-related questions, then come and ask. If you've got a problem, if you're thinking, well, how does this work? Or I've started doing this and I don't know how to do that, or what's the best type of fabric? One of us will know the answer, because we're two smart people, really. I wasn't going to say smart people, but you can't say that on telly, can you? Or if you've just got a bit of gossip. So we're going to have, hopefully, a very fun, relaxing, sewy, informative day, but we'd like it to be interactive as well. So we'd like you to come through, even if you just want to come and say hello. Let us know what you're up to. Oh, Susie. Hello, Susie Duncan. Morning, Debbie and team. She says, having a few rotary cutters means you can assign them to fabric, wadding, vinyl, etc. Love an ergonomic handle too. You're right. Yeah, it would be Susie, wouldn't it? One for this and one for that. But it is such a good idea, because different types of fabric are going to wear your blade in different ways. So I think that is a really good idea. And old blades, no reason why you can't use those for paper. So avoid pins at all costs, because you're going to get a perforated line instead of a cut line, and that's a waste of your blade. What I would also avoid is getting glue on your cutting mat, particularly HT2, because HT2 glue excuse me, dries so hard that can affect your blade as well. You can actually break a blade going over things like that. So do take care of them. Keep it with the blade locked away. You don't need to put a sheath or anything over it, because when the blade's not there, then you can't actually touch it or damage it, or damage you, more importantly. But yeah, having a few of them, I think, is really important. And again, 45mm, most popular size if you haven't used one before. And there we go. And if you want to, of course, you can order more. Oh, look. That's what happens. I must have hit something. You'll get these little threads that don't quite cut through. Let me go over it again, it's fine. But that's what happens when your blade starts to wear, or if you've hit a pin or something. Just to let you know. But don't throw them away just yet, because you can still use them on paper and wadding and the like. Right, order as many of those as you can. Shall we have a look what's on? This is what's coming up today. Oh, we've got Mickey Mouse, we've got Winnie the Pooh, we've got Debbie Shaw. I don't know. Yeah, that's a good place to be with Mickey Mouse and Winnie the Pooh, isn't it? Sarah's here at 10 o'clock with the Elephant Festival fabric launch with quilt kits. We've got 2 quilt kits. This is one of those. The elephants have actually got floppy ears on them. Fabulous. So yeah, I've got a couple of kits on there. Then, now then we've got tools. So lots of essentials and maybe a few bits and bobs that you haven't seen before. So that's at 10 o'clock. And at 11 o'clock, it's Tixover Tiles Quilt. Again, that's with Sarah. Going to have to get Sarah's picture on there, aren't we? So that your Tixover quilt. And then the final show is Quilt Kits You Will Love. And that is the one where they're all going to drop down in price. Love a drop down in price. Right, seeing as I've chopped that up, let me show you. We did launch this a few weeks ago here on Sewing Street. This is my latest fabric range. And let's start off with this one, which is WBV7VT78. I love flowers. I love this time of year. I love painting flowers. I love the way that you can paint something that's quite abstract. You can paint something that's very recognisable as a particular flower, and they always look like flowers. I just think it's so pretty and so spring-like, and I love the garden. Oh, you should see my peonies. I've got a couple of bushes of peonies, and they're amazing. That's by the by. But these are all watercolours. On organic cotton is normally more expensive because of the process that it goes through and the way that that's been harvested and the crops are grown and the rotation of crops and everything else that's involved. I shan't get on my soapbox about it, but I do think it's important to consider. But a lot of the time you'll find organic fabrics are more expensive than just regular fabrics. Not this one. And it's really smooth and very affordable. So it's nice to work with. I mean, if you're making clothing out of it, it's a pleasure to wear it. But bag making, homewares, I just love. I was so pleased with this range. So morning, nice to see you. Debbie says Joyce. Hello, morning. It's quite sunny in London. Looking forward to seeing Sarah too. Oh, I'm glad it's sunny in London. My daughter's in London, so hopefully they'll have a nice day today, because it's half term as well. So anyway, that's the first one. Oh, what's it like in Crete? Oh. Nice show. Watching over here on the Greek island of Crete, and guess what? It's raining. It's very unusual. Oh, Cheryl, I'm sorry. We shan't gloat. We shan't gloat. Apparently, you've been getting sandstorms as well. Oh, that's a shame. Mind you, but it's still warm. Tulips, this one. Tulips are my favourite flower. And it's got butterflies. So little sprigs of tulips with butterflies on there as well. Yeah, I love tulips. I planted, I think I said before when we launched this, well, my son planted 200 tulip bulbs in the lawn. 200. 3 came up. But next year, my lawn is going to be amazing. Poppies. So we've got 2 poppies, the blue and the red. So this one is obviously traditional poppies. I love these wild poppies as well. They grow out of tarmac. They're so resilient. There's a poppy field not too far from where I live, and the road actually bends round and the poppy field's ahead. So as you come over the bridge and go down the road, it looks like you're just going to drive into a sea of red. It's absolutely amazing. I'm jumping ahead a little bit because we've got the blue poppy option, which is QRVT94 if you wanted to order that. And we looked into this quite a lot, and apparently blue poppies are called Himalayan poppies. And Alana, who is one of my girls, actually bought me a packet of blue poppy seeds. So next year, when my lawn's looking amazing and there's lots of wildflowers and everything, I'm hoping to get blue poppies growing there as well. Yeah, yeah. But that's a little bit different. Do you know, I should know this. I should know this, but I don't. You know, when we have Remembrance Sunday and there's the red poppies that most people wear, there are other coloured poppies that are relevant to. So it's purple for animals and white for peace. Is there a blue? I don't think there is there? Or maybe there is. I don't know. We'll have a look. Well, Ben, I'll have a look. Right, let's move on again. This is XOVT63. And again, we've got butterflies in this one. Butterflies and very loosely based on pansies. There is a proper pansy one coming up later on as well, with the leaves in the background. So again, they're all my watercolours. I'm not sure how Sarah works. I think she works the same way as I do, because we both design fabrics for Craft Cotton Company. But my paintings were the odd flowers and the leaves and the tulips and little bunches, and it was just pages and pages of bits of flowers. And then Vicky, who I work with, who is a very talented fabric designer, puts all the bits together. And it was her that changed the poppies from red to blue. And I thought, that's a bit odd, but I loved it. But she puts all of these elements together and creates all of these different designs, which is why it's really exciting when you first get your samples home of a fabric range, because that's when you know what it's going to look like. So they're my paintings, but a designer's interpreted those and put them into a fabric, which is so pleased. Starting my birthday in the best way possible is Pat. Happy birthday, Pat. Oh, what are you going to do? What are you going to do for the rest of the day? You're going out for dinner, or what are you doing for your birthday? Party time, get all the family round. What are you doing? This one is Butterflies and Flowers, so that's HKVT36. All your item numbers are appearing on the top of your screen up here. Where are you? Do you know, I don't do this very often. Still got it. So let's pop that on there. This one is the pansies. We've got two colours in pansies, so again, I'll skip ahead and show you both of those. Now, I'll be honest with you, you need a plane, because when you look at all of these colours together, they do kind of merge. I realised that I was doing some EPP, and I broke them up with a lavender Rose and Hubble plane, because without the plane, they do blend in together a little bit too much, I think, because you can't actually see the shape of the EPP there. So that's my suggestion would be to go for a plane to break them up a little bit, just a little bit. Lavender will go perfectly. Magenta works really well, and Sky Blue New, is that a Rose and Hubble? Or a turquoise goes really well. Lime works really well as well. And the brighter colours, there's loads that you can go with it. Purples go well. Ochre, if you have one of those. Right. If you want to, I think lavender's the best bet. Is that lavender? So that's a little bit paler than lavender that I used on the little girl's dress. If you wanted to go for a lavender half metre, we do have those. We've got them on the show right now. So if you wanted to add a plain to go with it. I very rarely buy any pattern fabric without a plain to go with it, because there's always a contrast or a lining or a bag flap or a pocket flap or something. But if you're quilting, it does split it up and it makes your pattern fabric stand out that little bit more. To be honest, the black background on this one would break it up. And this one, I know, has been the most popular of the whole 10-piece range. And it's the most popular one today as well. Oh, thank you. We've got the butterflies and the flowers as well. I wanted them to look like watercolours. So some of the butterflies and even like the flowers have got drips on them. That was deliberate. I didn't let them run off my easel. I don't use an easel. That was deliberate because I just wanted it to look like paint. Now I use my knee. And this is the final one. So again, we've got 10 pieces all together. And they're £5.99 for half a metre. And they're 44 inches wide, or 112 centimetres wide. Funny, isn't it? How we buy fabric by the metre, but we sew in inches. Do you do that? And particularly if you're quilting, you'll be cutting in inches, you'll be sewing in inches, but I don't know anywhere that sells fabric by the yard. So it's like we're multitasking. It's smart, isn't it? So the most popular out of those today is, it's the pansies. And it is that one of the pansies. See, even a royal blue would look nice with that. I'll bring some swatches next time. I keep meaning to cut swatches to show you what goes with what in the fabric. We should do that. Ben, producer, I think they would. You know how you have from, like when fabric reps come around or anything, they show you a swatch book. I think a swatch book of all of the plain fabrics would be really handy to have here all the time, so that any fabrics that anybody brings, you can say, actually, that would go really well with the purple. So, yeah. I might just bring my own in then. And I think that would be good to have left here. So anyway, for £5.99 for organic fabric, it's a very good price. And the quality, well, would I bring you any less, honestly? No, it is true though. If we brought you something that was substandard and you got it home and thought, well, it looked nice on the telly, but for goodness sake, it's horrible, it's like a dishcloth, you wouldn't shop with us again, would you? So we don't do that. Lisa in Leicestershire, hello, lovely to see you. W Fabric's always beautiful and fresh. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you, thank you. Right, so a very spring and summer. I love the garden when the flowers come out. Favourite time of year. So what are you going to make with it? Is it going to be your bag making, homewares, cushions, curtains, little half curtains in your kitchen window? Maybe something to brighten up the garden furniture. When you're al fresco dining this summer, should we get off my stuff and bring you some new stuff? Right. Let's have a look at these ones. Now these, Ben producer thinks these are really cool, his favourites. What would you make, Ben? Trousers. You could. Wide leg trousers look amazing in these. You can open that all the way. It's just really different, isn't it? I mean, no reason why. If you look at that and you think, oh, I don't know what I'd make with all of those stripes. Let me just just while you're looking at that, I'm just going to get a ruler. Those are, if you took off the black, you could, you can make 5-inch squares. So if you wanted to cut them up into 5-inch squares and then repiece them together again, that's a great way of doing it. Moda fabric, so again, you've got really nice quality there. The quality fabric is, they tend to use a finer thread, but more of them. So you've got a lovely dense fabric, but it's got a smooth handle to it. You can feel the quality fabric. So if you're cutting 5-inch squares, you're going to be able to get 1, 2, 3 and a bit. So 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24 squares you could get from that for £8.99. That makes it a bit of a bargain now, doesn't it, when you think of it that way? Yeah. Or you could cut it into 2.5-inch strips, because that's 5 inches wide. So you've got a decent amount of fabric roll out of those. Fabric weaving, I think, would look really nice. But they're just really, you can just use it like that, just like that. Maybe if you're making a cushion cover, you could cut it down here and have the other stripes go that way to make it a little bit different. So I know it's different fabric, but in effect, you'll have something like that. So stripes that way, stripes that way. Just for a cushion cover. Just for a cushion cover with that. Maybe with a bit of piping down there, a covered piping, or piping with a flange on it would look really nice as well. Loads you can do with it. So anyway, colour-wise, I can't see the screen. Bag of lollies, this is multi-fabric, okay. I love the designs on there. It's very, they're all called multi. Lollies collection, The Lookout. Maybe it's called The Lookout. Okay. I don't know why it's called The Lookout. So this one is HKW102. And this one is called Remix. Aren't they just bright, fun, citric colours? I love this idea, because I don't know if I'd buy that one on its own by the ½ metre, and I don't know about that one by the ½ metre, but to add these crazy patterns in with something a little bit more demure actually really works. What are you going to make with it? Oh, God, I'd love to know. When you see that, are you thinking maybe a jacket, a kimono style jacket would be nice? Are you thinking palazzo pants? Maybe a smock top or a gathered skirt like that would be really nice, wouldn't it? with pockets from the same fabric going in the opposite direction on the front, or if it's just something as simple as making an apron. So that one is Remix. Oh, Amanda in Lincolnshire is loving the fabrics. What are you going to make, Amanda? So that's that one. And, oh, Rosemary's got an idea. She said, morning, Debbie and team. Maybe you could cut them in half lengthways and use them as a border. Yes, absolutely. Yes, you could do. So this one is OHW143, and this one is called Moving On. Moving On. I don't know why, but that's what it's called. So these are the lemons and the peaches and the mustard colours. A little bit more subtle than the previous one, but just as much fun. They are quite retro, aren't they? That, you may look at these and think I had wallpaper like that in the 70s. It was probably purple and orange in those days. Right, so that's that one. Remember we had wallpaper in our bathroom I thought was amazing because it looked like a spirograph design. Do you remember spirographs? And then finally, this one is called Winky Pop. When Mr. and Mrs. Moder named these, I wonder what they were drinking. So yes, Winky Pop. But we've got, little flowers on that one. Oh, I'll tell you what that looks like. When we first got the floppy disks. It looks like floppy disks, doesn't it? Remember floppy disks? Now these again are £8.99 for half a metre. And it's a lovely quality fabric. So homewares or clothing, whatever you're making with it, or just borders, as has been suggested. Fantastic value. Right, so that's all of the moders that we have for you. And very different, aren't they? Not something, you know, you see a lot of florals or a lot of animals or a lot of novelties, but these are just so different. The most popular one is this one, the first one that we started with. Heidi in the West Midlands. Oh, she's thinking of making a fold-up tote. That's a nice idea. Any idea where to find a pattern? Do we have? Oh, we must have fold-up totes on the website. Doesn't Amber Meek do a? Oh no, that's a panel, isn't it? Oh, there must be out there. If you can't find anything on the website, have a look on YouTube. Bound to be something on YouTube. Everything's on YouTube. But if you have a look at our website, oh, we've got one there. Look, there we go. So that is the Crafty Co Charm Tote Bag. Does that fold away? We've got lots of totes, lots of totes. Have a look if any of those fold away. Must be one there somewhere. Right. Still got more to show you. So, shall we do a bit of Mickey? So I doubt. Well, I don't know. Does anybody actually remember Steamboat Willie from 1928? I was actually watching the cartoon the other day. It's on YouTube, of course it is, all in black and white. So these are the original artwork, but they have been kind of coloured in and made to look a little bit modern. Yeah, 1928. And it was actually the third Disney cartoon. I can't remember what the first two were called, but it came up with two cartoons that weren't distributed. Steamboat Willie was the first one to actually be distributed. Minnie Mouse was in there as well. And he was sailing a tugboat and coming into all kinds of scrapes with it. I think it was about 7 minutes long. Oh, there you go. So it's nice. It's just nice to see the original artwork. I think even if you weren't around in those days, it's nostalgic, isn't it? Because you've seen the images, you must have done that, you know, they've been around for a long, long time. And it just kind of takes you back. Sometimes with the older cartoons, and that probably goes right through to the 60s or even the 70s, they can look a little bit menacing. These don't. I think he's got a really nice face. Looks a little bit different in black and white, but he has got a really nice face on those. It's changed a bit over the years, though, hasn't it? Yeah. So anyway, that is the first one, which is Willie Policeman. And then £4.99 for a half metre. Wow. £4.99. Do you know, if the Disney store actually sold fabric by the half metre, I think it'd be a little bit more than £4.99. But imagine, oh, wrong way round, backpack for school or nursery. Thermal lunch boxes would be really nice. What about shirts, dresses, pyjamas? Would be really nice made out of this. Really good quality as well. It's got that smooth handle, like I said before, which is a sign of the quality of the fabric as well. Have we got a message? Oh, do I? I have a fold-up tote bag tutorial. I've got over 700 videos on YouTube. I have no idea what's on there. I only think I've got all of those, and then there's magazines and Half Yard Club and all this other stuff. I don't know whether I'm coming or going with it. Oh, talking of which, we have an offer tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for the Half Yard Club. Okay, I'll tell you really, really briefly because I could spend the rest of the day talking about it. An annual subscription for my Half Yard Sewing Club is £60. There's a main project every month with a video. It's very different from one month to the next. It might be dressmaking, it could be cushion covers, curtains, quilting, bag making, toy making. There's everything on there. So one main project with a video. Secondary project without a video. That tends to be a little bit simpler. Third project is a quick make, so something they can make probably in about an hour, half an hour. There's a block of the month every month. We're going to be doing interviews with other sewers. What else do we do? On the website, there's a hints and tips. There's a forum so you can interact with each other. And there are, I counted them yesterday, 178 projects on there, which you have access to on the first day that you start. And that's not including the block of the month. So £60 for a year's subscription. It's only £5.99 a month. However, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we're going to be bringing you a Sewing Street exclusive offer of 2 years for £99. So that's just under £50 for the year. You'll be sent a code. Now, if you're an existing member, don't want you getting cross because we're favouring Sewing Street people, you can use the code as well. So if you're already subscribing, if you've got a year-long subscription, you can pause it. You do this yourself on your account. You can pause it, stick your code in there, use that for 2 years, and then your original subscription will carry on afterwards. If you're coming up towards the end of your subscription over the next few months, save your code, and then when your subscription runs out, use the code, and then you can carry on for the next 2 years. We won't be having that as an offer on the Half Yard Club until September. So Sewing Street have the exclusive of £99 all the way through to September. So that's going to be at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you haven't heard of the Half Yard Sewing Club at all, do tune in if you can. I'm going to fill the studio with samples and show you the kind of things that we make. So really, really excited about that. And we did bring you an offer last year in May on Sewing Street, and if you ordered that one, you'll be coming to the end of your subscription any time now. So maybe it's a good idea to have a look at the offer while the price is so low. Anyway, that's tomorrow. I'm going to mention it again because I can, because we're live and you can't stop me. This one is, what do we call this one? He's a sailor, isn't it? It's got anchors. Willie Captain. And then we've got the Steamboat Willie Captain, so proper name. We've got anchors and life rings and little tugboats on there. He's tapping his foot, look. Excuse me. Obviously singing a little shanty to himself. as we do in this one. And the background is like a blue and white checked. So there's lots and lots of detail. I love the detail on things like even the boat. And small enough if you wanted to fussy cut any of these. But that, you know, that is about 1/2 inch big. And it's got waves and grain on the boat, and it's got a little window on there. It's amazing, isn't it? That's so much detail on something that's so tiny. And again, you've got nice expressions on Mickey as well. So that is, so I think the nice thing with Mickey Mouse, if you're making this for your kids, they won't want to watch Steamboat Willie because it's all in black and white. But it's still Mickey Mouse, and it still looks like Mickey Mouse. Everything was in black and white when we had a first telly. Excuse me. It was a Murphy TV, and I remember that. And they had those huge backs on them, and the screen's about that big, but the TV's about that big. And I can remember it was a Murphy TV because when I was little, I used to watch Camberwick Green, and Mickey Murphy was the baker, and I used to think that he had something to do with the telly because it was a Murphy. You know, when you're that big, you have to think all kinds of things. So yes, all of those things were in black and white. We had Bill and Ben, and Andy Pandy was in black and white, and Busy Lizzie was in black and white. I think all the Watch with Mothers were in black and white, weren't they? And Watch with Mother was on at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, because that would have been just before the time you were put down for your afternoon nap. So it's supposed to be relaxing time with Mum, off to sleep, let her get some housework done. What did you used to watch when you were little on the telly? Okay, now this one, again, there's just so much detail on these. This one is Steamboat Willie the Gang. So they're all on the boat, look. So he looks a bit cross. But we've got the parrot, and I wish I could remember what these were called. 2 Mickey Mouse. There must be one with Minnie on somewhere, because Minnie was in Steamboat Willie. With the blue stripe in the background, so there's lots of texture and lots of depth with these. But I just think they're so much fun. The parrot apparently had a really original name called the Parrot. The cat is Pete. Pete the cat. They must have been named after somebody. And then, is it Mickey and Minnie? No, they both got shorts on. Minnie would have worn a dress, wouldn't she? So that's, do you know, I can't see Minnie. I can't see Minnie on all. It's under Mr. Trick there, didn't there? No Minnie. Oh. Yeah, boys only on this holiday. So this one is Steamboat Willie, the Gang. Most popular so far, this one. And I don't remember when I watched the cartoon yesterday seeing that he went into space. So I think there might have been a bit of artistic license on this one. Yes, Steamboat Willie in space. It's just called Spaceman Purple Fabric. My youngest granddaughter would love this, anything to do with space. But we've got the moon with holes cut in it, like cheese. She'd be naming all of these planets. Saturn, no, that's it. With a little space rocket. It's even got the, what they're called, constellations in the background there as well. I like the size of the print on this. I like the way that it's so small. Because if you are quilting with it, it's quite nice to have that size, isn't it? But how about decorating a child's bedroom would be nice. So you could have your curtains, you could have the quilt, you could have a little cushion cover, or a reading cushion would be nice. Maybe as a gift, you could make the reading cushion, then buy the book. Must be able to buy Steamboat Willie from somewhere. Must have been a book. Must be Minnie Mouse books out there, Mickey Mouse books out there, somewhere. So that one is Spaceman Purple. There you go. Oh, I like this one. This is most popular on pre-order. And it's a great day to be a captain. Steamboat Willie, ship ahoy. Still no Minnie. But you kind of got a taste of all of the other fabrics here, all kind of mashed together. It looks a little bit like patchwork, but the shapes are quite random. This one's just called Comic Multi. And again, nice small size to this as well. So if you are making book covers and things like that, you can get a lot of projects out of something like 1/2 metre for only £4.99, but you don't lose any of the design when you're making a smaller project. They've all got small prints on these. And it's, again, only £4.99. Right. Right. A few of you are asking if you can make and sell. I'm thinking not. We'll double check on, well, you could double check on that one actually, but we will double check and let you know about that. The copyright apparently expired in 2024, so you might be all right. Normally with licensed fabrics you can't, but the copyright has expired, so you might be able to on this one. Don't know, I'm afraid, but we will find out. We'll find out and let you know about that one. Right. Mum Mickey. He's so fine. With the like Mickey symbols on the background of this one. And again, that small design. This one is Steamboat Willie Voyage Peach. And it's waving, tapping his foot again. Loads of colours you can mix and match within these as well. I'd go for red with all of them, I think. Every one of them. So again, £4.99 for your 1/2 metre, all 112 centimetres wide. Steamboat Willie Flyer Plane. Colours of this one are nice, aren't they? Maybe I wouldn't use the red, I'd use a teal as a contrast for this one. So this is Steamboat Willie Pilot Light Blue fabric. Light blue? Light blue, it's not blue. It's a tealy green, this one. Maybe it's called light blue because the background's kind of a little bit of a light blue, but I'd say it was more of a green. Or maybe an orange would look nice with that, or even yellow. Not fabulous. I'm going to bring a swatch book next time. So 3 more to go. This is a little bit of everything. So we've got a policeman, we have a spaceman, we've got pilot, we've got fireman. What else have we got? That's it. So fireman, pilot, policeman, spaceman. And this one is called Steamboat Willie Does It All. And you've got the moons and the space in the background and the planets and clouds. And it's on a nice white background for that one as well. There, oh, that makes nice contrast, doesn't it? Oh, now this one, I'd go for with any one of those that you're buying. Because you will, oh, that's, see, because look, you've got the same little faces in the background. Oh, it goes with all of them, look. So yeah, an essential one. Whichever one you go for, I'd go for that one as well. Because that could kind of be your plain, couldn't it? I think, oh, I haven't done that one, have I? I'm getting all mixed up now. Okay, so this one is the Silhouette Multi. So it's got the stripe in the background. It is, I'd say, multi-directional, so you can use it with the stripe lengthways if you prefer. But this is the same iconic image, isn't it? No matter what era of Disney you're looking at, so whether it was 1928 or 2025, instantly recognisable as Mickey Mouse. No features, it's 3 circles, it's a very simple shape, but you just know who that is. So that is the Steamboat Willie Silhouette. And the final one is Steamboat Willie Fireman. So, oh, don't know what that is. Oh, it's the end of a hose. There's the end of a hose pipe. It's got ladders and sirens and arrows, and it's looking very happy. A little bit of fire, a little bit of water. So Steamboat Willie Fireman, light grey. Oh, that's not light grey. It's not light grey, it's cream. For £4.99 again for 1/2 metre. If you order more than 1/2 metre, by the way, they do come in a continuous length, up to 10 metres. So don't think, oh, I need a metre of that. I'm going to get 2 halves. They won't be. They will come to you all in one piece. Right, so that's all a Mickey that we have for you. We've got Winnie as well. Who's your favourite Winnie character? Right. This one is going to sell out. Love the colours on this one. I was talking online with a lady yesterday who was asking me for colours to match with this one. She's going to make a baby quilt out of it. The thing I love the colours. So it's not traditionally pink for girls and blue for boys. It's quite neutral. It's very, very soft. If you wanted to make it brighter, contrast with a bright pink. Difficult yellow to match. Sage might look a little bit dull, but a pale blue or even a sky blue, a bright blue would look amazing with this one, but it already looks like it's patchwork. So if you put this onto a piece of wadding, backing fabric, and then sewed around the edges, you would look like you'd actually quilted all those tiny pieces together. But that one's going to go. We don't have very many left. So check out your baskets for that one. Obviously, if you're making a quilt, you're probably going to need more than your half metre. That's what you're going to make with half metre. Let me just pick that up and show you. That's your half metre. That's what you're going to get. So if you wanted to make a small quilt, I'd go for a metre and a half even. And obviously, the larger the quilt, the more you're going to make. It doesn't just have to be quilt. What about little drawstring bags? Excuse me, nappy bags and things like that would look amazing. But very soft, very elegant, and I think very upmarket kind of colours, if that makes sense. Some colours look expensive, don't they? Some colours can look a bit cheap. This one looks really expensive. But again, it's going to go. Not very many left of those at all. And you've got all the characters. Oh, I'll never remember these. Eeyore, Rabbit, Piglet, Pooh. I think the owl's just called Owl, isn't it? And then Kanga and Roo. I think that's it. Oh, that wasn't bad going for me. And I think with Winnie the Pooh, it's one of those characters that adults like. Do you know, the same with Mickey Mouse, same with Alice in Wonderland. It's not, although, you know, it's aimed at children, it's not a babyish character. Does that make sense? I wouldn't mind having Winnie the Pooh pictures on my wall. Okay. Moving on, Pooh and Honey, look at this one. When you see the images, can't you just hear his voice? This one is light yellow fabric, but this has got the honey pots in there as well. Isn't it lovely? So bright. Oh, we're running out of time, aren't we? Let's move on. So that's bright yellow. Oh, rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. Really popular, these ones. So peach in the background for this one. So again, it doesn't argue with anything. If you're making decorations for a nursery, even lampshades, wouldn't that be pretty for a lampshade? Maybe gather it all at the top and put a fringe around the bottom. Would be gorgeous. Even if it's not a Winnie the Pooh theme and you just like rabbits, save it for next Easter. Absolutely perfect. A little bit of, oh look, hiding carrots behind his back. Beautiful. Oh, this is unusual as well. This is honeycomb. Whoops, it's directional. So we've got Eeyore, Piglet, we've got them all on there as well. There's Tigger, and that's it. We don't have a Roo. Oh, I love the ones with a tail. Look, just a tail and a little bee. Oh, and this, and look, a Tigger bottom, Tigger tails. Right. Okay, so let's just make that neat. Nice colours in that one as well. I like the way that all of the honeycombs are shaded as well. They're not just a block colour. So that's honeycomb orange. And then we've got, oh, Piglet. Look at little Piglet. Oh, he's so sweet. And again, the colour, it's a lilac-y lavender, but it's got a grey tone to it. It's really a little bit different. This one is just called Piglet. They're only £4.99. I think that's such a good price. And again, anything, not just for the kids, but I'm thinking reading cushions and book covers and little backpacks and rucksacks and, I don't know, lunch boxes, cushion covers, quilts. Obviously, that's going to be amazing. But what about a little gilet? A piglet gilet would look lovely, wouldn't it? Hmm? Okay, we've got a question from Annette. Hi, Annette. She says, hi, Debbie and team. Joining late this morning. Can I ask if I want a metre of the Winnie the Pooh fabric, will it come as one piece? Yes, it will. If you want 2 metres, it will come in one piece. If you want up to 10 metres, it will all come in one piece, yes. So, because you're quilting, you might want more than half a metre. Right, look at the tiger. Do you remember the tiger in your tank adverts from years ago? It was Esso, wasn't it? Esso Fuels. Put a tiger in your tank. This one is Tigger, light green fabric. So, see, the wonderful thing about Tigger is that Tiggers are wonderful things. Because apparently their tops are made out of rubber and the bottoms are made out of springs. And bouncy, 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 I think comes next. Apparently bouncy, 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 bouncy. Right, oh gosh, we really haven't got much time left. Let's move on to owl. Hoo-hoo, you. Oh, it's got a little mouse in there as well. Oh. Is that right? Apparently, says Ben Producer, if you hear twit twoo, it's 2 owls. So one goes twit and one goes twoo. Oh. I've got an app. I've got I know lots of you got it already because I posted on Facebook and everyone, yeah, I've got that. I can't remember what it's called, Merlin something or other, and it's a free app and it detects bird sound in your garden. And we had a barn owl in the middle of the day the other day. Yeah, and I did record this morning at 4 o'clock what the bird song was. And we had a robin, a great tit, a blue tit, and blackbirds, and a wood pigeon, and a red-leg pigeon. I've not seen a red-leg pigeon before. All singing at 4 o'clock this morning. It was wonderful. So it'll detect ducks, but it won't detect chickens, but they're probably not wild birds, are they? Anyway, this is owl light green fabric. And then we've got Kanga and Roo. So the colours. The colours of the backgrounds are so different. I mean, to be honest, I'd go for a white for a contrast with this because I think you're going to find it difficult. It's kind of it's not rose. Or blush. Blush would probably be the closest, wouldn't it? I don't know if it's going to be exact. Going in the high chair. Oh. Or pale blue, says, but yes, because we've got pale blue in here. There is a bit of pale blue in there, so if you put a pale blue with it, it'd really draw that out, wouldn't it? I know it's got Mickey on it, but that kind of tone would go really well, wouldn't it? Or chambray would be nice. I do like a bit of chambray. So that one is Kanga and Roo. And finally, my favourite one. I made a donkey yesterday. Actually, I sat in the garden and made a donkey. This is Eeyore on, again, light blue, but what a lovely colour, light blue that is. Maybe slate or a denim blue. Oh, look. He's had a butterfly land on his bottom. That's so sweet. So that's the Winnie collection. Again, at £4.99 for half a metre. Now, don't forget, if you want any of these, I would go through, check out your baskets as quickly as you can, because they've been ever so popular in the show. And remember, we do put all of your orders together at the end of the day, so you're only going to pay one postage as well. Right, the first of the Winnie, if you want the patchwork-looking one, we've got 3 left. That's 3 half metres. So if you want a metre and a half of that one, go through, order it, check out your baskets. It's all yours now, but that's going to go any second now. Right, really quickly, before we go, I want to give you a reminder of the early bird. If you just joined us, This is an offer that we carry out throughout the day, but it's not going to last that long. You have a 45mm ergonomic left or right-handed rotary cutter for £6.99. The usual price is £9.99. You're saving £3 on this one. The most popular size of rotary cutter, and it's a good cutter. It's easy to use. It locks, so you've got a safety feature on there. Oops, there we go. So push the bar through to unlock it. Nice sharp blade for cutting. If you're a quilter, you'll have a rotary cutter already. No harm in having a spare one. This is the kind of price you can spend on replacement blades. Talking of which, you can use any brand of replacement blade will fit this as well. Although it's on special offer, you can order as many as you like. So if you wanted 2 or 3, or you wanted to gift one, maybe you're thinking about putting together a little tools kit for somebody who's new to sewing as a gift. We've got tools coming up later on. Pop that into your order. And we're not just talking about quilters. I cut my dressmaking patterns out with this as well. I'll cut strips with it, well, any kind of patterns I'll use a rotary cutter for. And of course, you can use this against acrylic templates, or most acrylic templates as well, for cutting out different shapes. And it's pink. It's pretty and pink, and it's only £6.99. While we have the stock, though, been really, really busy for this one. Not surprising at that price. Now, if you just joined us, you've missed such a lovely Albert. You can have a look on the website. So if you go to sewingstreet.com, those are all your Winnie fabrics and what's left of them. Patchwork one sold out. And then we've got Steamboat Willie. So that's the first ever Mickey Mouse. So a nice nostalgic range with that one. And I love the small print on them. So that's the whole Steamboat Willie collection. And then those Moda fabrics were amazing. So different, so new. And we worked out you can cut out 24 5-inch squares from each one of those half-metre pieces if you wanted to use it that way. And then, don't know who she is. You've got my watercolour flowers vivid collection. There's the lavender fabric that we recommend to go with it as well. So there's 10 pieces for that. Tomorrow, we're going to be featuring the fabric again. We might give it a mention, but we've actually got fabric strips on there tomorrow. And this bag behind me here is Susie Duncan's Tiptoe Through the Tulips bag, which is made in my fabric. And that's going to be available as a pattern tomorrow as well. So join us tomorrow if you can. However, after the break today, we've got a brand new fabric launch, Elephant Parade, which is amazing and beautiful. It's really busy on pre-order already, and it is designed by the very lovely Sarah Payne, who of course is going to join us right after the break.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and I'd just like to tell you about the shows I've got with you on Tuesday on Sewing Street. So we're starting off at 8 o'clock in the morning with an exclusive offer for a subscription to my Half Yard Sewing Club. These are just a few of the things you'll be able to make when you first join up. And then at 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock, I have some brand new acrylic templates, sewing themed panels, and some foundation piecing panels as well. If you like foundation piecing, but you just wanted like a very quick and easy project, then these 2 pouches are very simple to make. And then on top of all of that, at 2 o'clock, I shall be with you on the Sewing Street Facebook page for an extra stitch, where I've got more half-price offers for you. So I'm looking forward to seeing you on Tuesday here on Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt. And because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Well, hello and welcome back again. And this is going to be a really exciting. I'm so looking forward to this. Miss Payne, how are you?
Oh, I'm all the better for seeing you. Lovely.
Go on. We've had a lovely catch up this morning.
We have.
Seen you for months.
No, it's yeah, absolutely ages. We sat and had a coffee and a chin wag and a catch up. And
the world's all right now.
Yeah, we sorted everything.
There may be viewers watching out there that don't know who you are.
Yes,
because
quite a lot, I should
mention. So tell us a little bit about your background.
Yes, my name is Sarah Payne, and I call myself Sarah Payne Quilter because I do a lot of quilting. I've been quilting probably for about 25 years now, and I used to have a sensible job. I did used to work in IT. I used to train solicitors on software that would do their VAT for them.
So how did you go from that to Sarah Payne Quilter?
I think basically I was doing a lot of craft and I got really bored, and I was away all the time. I was in hotels all week long. I get home on a Friday night, Saturday morning, then leave again on Sunday, and I thought there's got to be more to life than teaching solicitors to do their VAT. And nobody was ever happy to see me because it meant they got a day of VAT. Or solicitors' accounts rules, all that green form, legal aid. They weren't happy to see me. So I quit. And I quit on the spur of the moment, because that's how I live my life most of the time. I don't really think about things too hard. So I quit, and I decided to focus on my crafts, and I opened a fabric shop. And after I've been there about 6 months, Jenny Raymond got in touch. She'd been teaching for me, and she said, there's this TV channel that want a demonstrator, and I was going, oh no. I've got a face for radio. I was doing crafts on the radio. So then I started doing it on the TV. That was 15 years ago now. And and I started as demonstrator, and then I started designing my own fabrics. I write patterns and books, and I give talks, and I hold a sewing school every 2 months at my place in Peterborough. It's so much better than that. I get a bookkeeper now.
Well, talking of fabric design, it's such a pleasure to have you bring your range to Sewing Street to launch it.
Thank you.
So you are the first. This isn't in stores or anything.
No. I'm so excited.
So you are the first ones that have seen this, and that can actually order it as well. So by the time it does go into store, I don't know when that is. Probably a couple of weeks or so.
I haven't received it yet.
But you get your fabrics first. So tell us about this. How did it come about?
Okay, so this is Elephant Festival. Now, this is a range. I visited India a couple of times. I think the last time was 2019. I haven't been back for a while. But I was completely inspired by my trip. I love the colours. I love the vibrancy. And so I did some paintings, which then in collaboration with Craft Cotton Company, we turned into a fabric. So all of these have, elements and different stories about them. But I've done 2 ranges based on India. This is the second one. But I was desperate to do an elephant. Because I was...
You don't hear people say that very often. Been desperate to do an elephant.
Oh, I wanted an elephant so badly. So actually, my first experience of elephants in the flesh was I was actually sitting in a car in Delhi, and I was being driven somewhere, and I was with my guide. I was on a trip with Deborah, but she was feeling poorly sick that day. And I'm sitting in this car, and we're sitting in traffic, and I'm talking to the guide, and then all of a sudden, the car went, and I was like, what's that? And right here was an elephant bottom. So, because apparently they just do this.
So nasty.
They just decide that they're going to lean on something, and they leaned on my car. And it was really weird because I looked at it and I thought, what is that? But because you don't expect to see elephant flesh like 6 inches from your head. And I was like,
bottom flesh?
No, it was, well, I think they call it rump. Yes, it's rump. But when you push anything against a window, it sort of splays out a bit. So there was this elephant. And I was like...
Oh, pictures in my mind now, Sarah.
So that stuck with me, that elephant rump. Well, it was...
So which one has the rump?
It was more thigh because the car wasn't that high up. But yeah, it was one of those pivotal moments that I've never forgotten, because it was just weird. And the way I live my life, stuff like that happens to me more often than you'd think. So these fabrics have then come out of the joy of that trip.
So do you watercolour paint them? Or
no, I actually use acrylics. Would you like to see?
Yes.
Okay, so I've got... Hang on, I've got a couple. Now, this is the elephant.
Oh, amazing.
So, you can see. Now, I paint in acrylics, and I tend to paint... words, I'll use some. I tend to paint quite big. But this is something that I do for me. I paint for my hobby, for my... and I have unfortunately found in the last year and a half, I've not been able to paint due to health issues in the way that I did before. So I've had to learn some new techniques because my hand now won't do. So this, I was going to do background, but this has never been finished because I can't paint anymore. But I have learned new tricks, and some of them are in this. But yes, this is the elephant, and various I'll show you, we'll look at these other bits as well, but lots of the elements are repeated. So if I put that down there, so you can see this is pretty much him taken. Perhaps I will try and finish that at some point. What would you do in the background? Well, I don't know, because I'm imagining him coming out of the jungle, you know, majestic and breaking through lots of greenery. And my thoughts were, I've actually done some other bits and pieces for that, for this range, which involved greenery. And I thought, oh, I'm going to put that.
A lot of noise there.
Sorry, I just noticed it's falling out. My microphone was falling out. I was trying to be subtle then. I didn't do subtle. I didn't do subtle. There we go. Yeah. So I create these designs. You do the same. You know, with Craft Cotton Company, we create these designs, and then we create a fabric with it, and there is repetition of certain elements. So he does feature, and I think he's a he. He's a he. So he features in this one, the pink one, which I think is called...
just Elephant Mandala Pink.
Yes, that's it. Because there are mandalas in the background. I'll explain about those later. But he's also in the purple.
Okay.
So... Oh, and I love these gorgeous, rich colours. So there he is again. And then we've got him from the side. So he's making it. And also, when I was in... I think I was in... it might have been Delhi, but Deborah and I were staying in this hotel, and there was a lot of commotion outside. We were on the roof having something to eat, and we looked down, and it was a wedding party, and the groom was riding an elephant with all of this stuff, decorating him. It was just absolutely mesmerising. So yeah, he had to feature heavily in this fabric range.
I didn't see any elephants when we went to Delhi. There were cows, loads of cows.
Yes, the cows were skinny though.
Yeah,
they were
with
very
big
skinny.
humps on the back.
Yeah, they looked hungry, whereas the elephants were sort of glossy and well looked after. I did ride a camel. I rode a camel in Rajasthan as well, as you do. But that's, so that's two of the fabrics.
Because it's kind of split into, and it's a 10-piece range, but it's split into two, isn't it?
Yes, so you've got purple and pink. So if you're going for the fat quarter bundles, your fat quarter bundles will be in the pink, purple, and the blue, okay? Now, this is the mandala purple. Now, I'll just show you. Hang on, let's see if I can get this started again. Because one thing I've had to do since my stroke is learn to work in a different way. Hang on. Right, you chat amongst yourselves.
Remember, this is organic fabric as well. For £5.99. So if you're, if you're conscious of things like that, then organic, I think, is the way to go. The quality of the fabric is amazing, and you would normally, as I said in the previous hour, expect to pay that little bit more for organic because there's a lot that goes into it, and the cotton can't be grown every year either. It's a very expensive way of producing it. So for £5.99, I think that's amazing.
I know, I thought that was wrong when we looked at it. So one of the things I've had to learn to do is, because my hand doesn't work quite as well as it did, and it shakes, so I can't paint with the detail that I used to. So what I've learned to do is do it on the computer. So yeah, this is the joy with it is I can use the pen, I can draw a line and I can delete it 500 times until I get it exactly the way I want to, whereas I can't do that with a paintbrush. So you can see the mandala. This is the mandala I designed, and there it is. And also, you'll see it behind there. There's another one on the pink. So, which is, hang on, I have to remember how to do this. That is that one. So this is basically what I created and sent through to them for the mandalas. And, there were elements that made it in and elements that didn't. I think that one is on one of these somewhere. But and the backgrounds as well. But also, I had gone to Florence to art school for 2 weeks.
You get around a bit, don't you?
I do. I used to, as I say, I had a proper job once. Now I don't. I go on holiday instead. No, I went to art school in Florence to play with some mixed media techniques. And one of the things I had to play with was like paper crafters. They often use, I'm trying to think what the word is, sludgy stuff. Paste. Yeah, like paste to get to get a background, and that's how I created the background here with this texture on. This was artist paste that you do put on with a palette, so that created that. And then what I also did is this piece. So this was a piece that I was playing with, which is gouache. I had to go at lino cutting and lino printing, layering, masking, produce that, which you can see is a direct.
You're going to be a hobby maker soon, aren't you?
I wouldn't know. No. So all of these elements, like the little flowers here, they said, do you want me to take out the bits where it doesn't completely print? I went, no. So you can see it's not.
So it looks like
it looks like a lino print.
Yeah.
So, and this element is repeated. There's a blue version. So that one is closer to the original.
That's a really lovely, fresh colour blue.
Yes,
isn't it?
it's beautiful, isn't it? So, and again, we have the leaves. We have the leaves come up here, and you see how everything. This is what my head is like.
Do you know, there's such a dimension. I thought that was kind of stuck on. It looks like it's lifting up off the page.
Yeah, actually, I was supposed to be at this art school doing mixed media, and I said to the teacher, can you help me? I want to do a mask for this piece of work. And he went, what do you mean a mask? And I said, I want to mask out this area so that when I print this, it won't print over the top. He went, I don't know how you do that. I said, oh, for goodness sake, just photocopy this picture for me. And then I showed him how you cut it out, hold it down with tape, and then stamp over the top. And he was like, I didn't know you could do this. I'll teach you next time. I'm annoying like that. So, yeah, this was just something I was playing with, and it just inspired me. And it came from the idea of the elephant, that the elephant was becoming out of all this lushness and this beautiful greenery.
Love fabric with a story. I'm really busy for this one, by the way. So really, really busy. I'm here. Really, really busy.
Fantastic.
No, really, really, really busy.
So again,
that's
I
lovely.
love the bright colours, pinks, purples and turquoise and lime.
You always work with colours, right?
Yeah.
You have a lot of black in your collections as well, don't
Yes, yes. I do try and get some black in there. Because when you're using bright colours, sometimes people think, oh, they won't go together.
Yeah.
But if you put something like a black or a white with them, you can put anything together because you give your eye a place to rest.
Yes.
So it also makes the colours pop so much more. So here we've got the elephant, we've got the mandala, and we've got my artist pastes, and I played with all sorts of things while I was out there, getting lots and lots of textures and just storing them away in my head. Yeah, and this one.
So when were you out there?
I was in Florence, October 2023. Because actually the day after I came back was the day I had my stroke. Oh. So I came back with all these ideas, and then my brain went, no, I don't think we'll play with that anymore. And I honestly didn't think I'd get to do anything like this ever again. So for me, when this came out of the box, when I first got it a couple of weeks ago, the bits, I had a little moment. But Danny from Craft Cotton Company got back in touch with me and said, you know, we really want to work with you. And I said, but I can't do what I used to do. I can't paint. And he went, that's all right. That's all right. We'll learn a new way. So the next couple of fabric ranges have got some stuff I painted before, and then stuff that I've done since. So
So
this,
it's not a quick process, is it?
no. I started this.
Even without what you've gone through.
Yeah.
Designing fabric from the day you do a painting to when it's actually produced can be a
Yeah,
couple of
because
years.
also I have to, first of all, I have to decide on a theme.
Yeah.
And usually for me, that's from something that I've already painted. It might just be one thing, like it was the elephant. You know, I'd painted that ages ago and I'd really wanted to develop it. And the next range that's coming out at the end of the year, there's a pheasant who lives in our back field called Phil. And Phil was the starting point for that. So, you know, taking something and choosing the colours, I love the process, but it is quite laborious. Yeah. And also doing it, especially as I do big pictures, doing original artworks, as well as having a more than full-time job. You know, it can be tough fitting it all in. But this one was actually inspired, it's still, you know, the India range, but I took a trip to the V&A. I love the V&A. And they had some textile panels with these kind of chintz designs on it, and that inspired this one here with these shapes. And also on here, there you go, that shape there, that tiny little flower, you will see that on lots of the fabrics. Hang on, let's have a, especially the next one we're bringing up, but that one too. You see that little flower there. When I was in Bagra in India, I went to a place where they focused on block printing, and there was this little old guy. He was like 100 years old. No, he wasn't. I think he was younger than that, but not by much. He is a block printer, and he carved me a little tiny block of my own. Oh. It's that. Oh. And that actually that's more like the actual size of this block that he made me. So that's it. It's the being able to be personal to me. Yeah. As well as, you know, all of these elements, there is some thought behind it, and I love it. I love being able to do that.
It's just so nice to have the story and to invest in fabric with a story and a background like that, not just something that's been taken off a website where you can buy stock pictures and print it, which happens a lot.
Yes, I don't do that. I don't like that.
No, it's really personal.
So, yes, that's what that one is. It's inspired by those tapestries hanging up at the V&A. And then we've got this one. Now, I wanted a border. And you'll see when I do my quilts, I wanted an elephant. I wanted them to be parading, perambulating along them. So you can see there's those, where are we there? That little block there. You can see the leaves from here, and that one is from there, and those vines are from the background, and there's my little lino print. So everything, even though the colours are very, they can be very different because you've got purple and turquoise and whatever, they all work together, and we take little elements of each one. And this, I think, is about 5.5 inches. Okay. So you could cut it like that. With the quilts that I've actually done, I've cut just the elephants. Trying to get the most use out of the fabric. But it was conversations like, which direction do I want them to walk? Do I want them selvage to selvage, or do I want them parallel? And I said, I want them selvage to selvage. So if you've got 1/2 metre, you can cut probably 4 elephants, four lines of elephants out of them. So this is my elephants on parade. And again, you know, the little shapes on here, and you're working very closely with the graphic designer, with Vicky. You would have worked with Vicky, and we're sort of going, okay, but can you add more shadow to that elephant? Can you make that purple darker? I don't like that green, you know. So that process takes a long time.
We've got one more to show you.
Yes.
So that's the elephant parade,
and this is mandala Turk for turquoise. Because, you know, I don't want to be shy and retiring when it comes to colours. Sometimes I do sensible colours, but not often. So this is that really punchy turquoise. If you're getting the Fat Quarter bundles, This is in the blue bundle, obviously, but it's very, very punchy. And I've got those lovely mandalas and the texture behind, because I think I don't want any real areas of plain.
Yeah.
So it's sort of going back to Vicky and saying, actually, that's too big a gap there with nothing on it, because if you're doing EPP, English paper piecing, and you've got a small bit, you want to have something interesting to look at. So we end up having conversations about scale and, you know, how close things are or how far apart. And
that would be lovely for EPP, wouldn't it?
It would, yes.
So if you're buying a blender to go with it, would you go for black or white?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got some patterns, and one of them I've used the white with it. I did toy with the idea of going with a black because I think they're both very punchy. The problem is, going with black, they look wonderful in person, but they photograph really badly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, black photographs really badly because it always looks a bit. And also, I molt like I'm a golden retriever. So every time I take pictures of anything that's got black fabric, there's gold curly hairs all over it. So
Sarah Payne, she molts like a dog.
That's the truth.
So that's the final one of the 10-piece collection. Organic fabrics at just £5.99. So if you just joined us, have a look on the website on sewingstreet.com, and you'll see all of the fabrics that you can order there as well. Now then, we do have some pre-cuts. So we're going to look at the charm pack first of all.
There you go.
The charm pack, the fabric strip and the 10-inch squares are all exclusive to Sewing Street. These won't be in the stores when these eventually get released to stores. They are exclusive to Sewing Street. So
I'm really jealous because I've got one of those. Yeah, they've given me one bundle and one bundle of, you know, the other bits and pieces. I'm like, gonna make something with them.
Oh, can I give me the 10-inch? Sorry, chuck them all over.
I've got one here that I've actually opened.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, this is mine.
Because we'll never get that back neat again.
So there are 40 in there. There are 4 of each of the 10 designs. Hang on. Excuse me. So we've got these precision cut 10-inch squares, which there's loads you can do with a cake like this, a 10-inch. You could do a big circle of it. You could cut it in half and make your own 5-inch. You could sew 2 of them together and go across diagonally and make half square triangles. You could add another colour in and put squares here. I'll show you this later. Here, here, and then here, here to make your flying geese. You know, it's a very versatile shape. So we've got, as I said, 4 of each. There's 4.
And they're all 10-inch squares.
They're all 10-inch squares.
I know we've worked it out before in a previous show. How much is the meterage on a 40 pack? There's a
so that's it'll be, well, if you do 4 by 10, that'll be 40 inches. 40 inches minus the seam allowance, so about 39 inches by about.
Used to work in IT.
9 and a bit inches. That's not bad for stroke brain. I can barely remember my name some days, but ask me for quilt measurements. So yeah, there's quite a lot there.
Yeah.
Obviously, the more you cut them up, the smaller
it's going to get.
Yeah, the smaller it gets. So, but this gives you 4 squares of each of them.
So it's a good. Well, there's a lot of fabric, but it's a good kind of taster, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Because, you know, you might, buying 10 fat quarters is great, or 10 half meters, but 10 half meters is quite a lot of fabric.
Yeah.
And actually you can make 2 quilts with that, which we'll show you in a bit. But that will go a long way. But if you were doing something smaller, perhaps if you're doing EPP, you know, English paper piecing, then these squares, and as I said, there are 4 of each.
Love the border one.
Yes, so do I. So I'm coming up with names for things like, this is Elephant Festival, and I've done 2 quilt patterns, which is Carnival of Elephants and Elephant Summer, and I've done another pattern, which is Elephants on Parade. I'm running out of the ways to describe the perambulation of elephants. So, And actually this one was, I went to a block printing company when I was out in Bagra, and they let me have a go at block printing something, and it sort of looked like, obviously it didn't look like that because mine was a bit splodgy and a lot simpler, but this was the kind of design that people were block printing by hand. And they had tables with 40 metres of fabric on, all the way down this table, and they would just go boom, 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 all the way down. And then with the next colour, boom, boom, and I was going, but so there's some bits here from vintage pieces at the V&A, and some bits taken from or inspired by the block printing that I saw out there. So that one, I think, I keep looking at that and going, oh, a dress.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
That'd be lovely.
And the quality of the fabric, it is lovely and soft. It is smooth. So it drapes as well. It drapes quite nicely. So you can make blouses out of it. You can make trousers. And that would just be beautiful.
Patchwork jackets are so popular at the
Oh,
moment.
yes.
That would make an amazing patchwork jacket.
It would.
Yep. So again, 4 pieces of each one of the whole 10 collection. Can we have a look at the design roll next?
Yes. There you go.
Not in doing it.
No, I daren't.
It's what you saw there, basically, but in 2.5-inch strips.
That's it, yes. So you've got all the blues, and then we go into the pinks and the purples. It's just, look at that, though. Isn't that yummy?
It is. It is. So what would you do with it?
Oh, you could do the jelly roll race.
Oh, yes.
I haven't done that for a while.
I've never done one, but you just sew all the strips together.
Yeah.
And so the
well, what you do is you sew them together end to end.
Yeah.
So the first bit takes forever, but you can make a quilt in 45 minutes. Really? So, yeah, because we used to have...
Only dogs could hear that.
We used to do, in the shop, it would be a competition, and the person who was the fastest could win a bottle of wine. So I got very good. But what you do is you sew it together end to end until you've got a really long strip. And then you put both ends together like that, right sides, and you sew down till you meet yourself at the bottom and you chop that off. So you've now got 2.
Right.
Then you cut it in half again and you sew those 2 to the other 2. You've got 4. And you keep going until you end up with about this. But what's more interesting than just sewing strips together is the ends. You'll get, a bit, and then it changes colour. Whereas if you just sew the ends together, if you sew the strips together, all the pieces are the same length. But with the jelly roll race, it's much more interesting to look at because it's split.
Oh, wow.
I hope that makes sense.
That does make sense. Remember, these are exclusive to Sewing Street. They're not going to be in stores. So if you wanted to get hold of the fabric strip or the 10-inch or the 5-inch charm packs, those, again, all exclusive to Sewing Street. Let's pop that the right way around for you. Now, the charm strips are... I'm looking at the price, just waiting for that to change. It's not going to, is it? £9.99 for 40 pieces. So just like with the 10-inch, but these are half the size. What would you do with those?
I'm just looking at those prices.
I know. I know.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to last, is it?
I don't think that's right. I don't.
You know when you look at it and you go,
that's what I was doing. So if the price is on the screen, we've got to honour it.
Yeah.
So,
this I don't own this. So grab yourself a bargain because I don't know what I'm going to be selling at. But yeah, okay. So these are smaller pieces. So if you want to make, you can make a kid's quilt with that. You've got 40 pieces, so you could do 5 that way and 8 that way. I should go. I'm just waving my arms in the air and nobody can see me. But you could do 5 across and 8 down.
Yeah.
So you would end up with 40, about 38 inches by about...
I can hear
20.
Your brain ticking.
Oh, I could tell you smoke coming out my ears. But that would be a nice cock quilt. because these colours as well, all kids love elephants.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and the colours are really bright. And when children are very young, you know, bright colours really appeal to them because they can see them before their eyes fully develop. So, I think these would make a lovely, quick project like that. Or you could put them together and make half-square triangles.
I'm just looking at how quickly the stock is
Oh my
disappearing
goodness.
of those. Can you see that? We have more people having this in basket than we've actually got stock of. And if we've got more people having this in basket than we started with. So yeah, that's going to sell out. Check out your basket as quickly as you can if you want that, because it's going to go. Now we do have fat quarters.
Yes.
But we've only got one collection, I'm afraid. This is so absolutely brand new. The blue option didn't arrive.
I know.
We're still waiting for it, so we can't sell you that because we're still waiting for it. But we will have it. We will have it. So if you want to watch this space, then we will have those.
Honestly, it wasn't confirmed that I could do this show until Friday afternoon. That it actually the others had arrived at your at Sewing Street. So now the colours that are, it's that pile.
That one. Okay.
Yeah. So those are the colours for the blue option, and those are the colours for the purple.
So this is what we've got, but it's the fat quarters, remember? So because I can't take it out.
No, but I mean, these prices, honestly, you could make the two quilts that we're going to look at with just this. Instead of buying a fat quarter of each, you could buy half a metre of each and make two quilts.
That's a good idea. That might be your only option, because again, when you watch the numbers going down, we don't actually have many left.
Is that what that number is going down? Okay.
Yeah, the one that's going down kind of one a second.
Yes.
Is just going to go down and down and down until it gets to 0.
I'm not used to seeing that, you see.
We didn't used to have that, did we? No, we do. We know you're there. So again, a really limited stock now on this one. Okay, and again, they're only £14.99 for 5 of those. Right, we've got 2 patterns to get in.
Yes.
We're planning a demo.
Yes. I'm planning to do elephant ears.
Yep.
As you do, but rather than elephant rumps.
We've only got 20 minutes left.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Right.
So, Carnival of Elephants first, please.
Yes, Carnival of Elephants. Now, these are my patterns, and I print all of my patterns, and I am totally obsessed with these. There is lots and lots of colour. Okay, so this one is...
I'm trying to get under the camera.
Yeah, sorry.
Right there.
Yeah, so this is the Carnival of Elephants. Now, if you have a look, can we show the sample? It's the one on the left, because this is something that I am very proud of. My elephant ears.
You don't have a wander over?
Yes. So, do I need to go? Ooh. Right, so can you see? They've got 3D ears. And they've got little flappy tails.
Oh, and button eyes.
So you can when you stitch them down, you could actually have the trunks and the tails attached if you wanted to. But somebody said to me the other day, I was doing a live, and they said, oh, you could put that crinkle stuff that you put inside fabric for kids.
Yes.
And I'm going to have to do that now, because that would just keep me occupied for the next whatever. But yeah, this is the design for the Carnival of
Elephants.
Thank you very much. And that's because they are processing across the quilt. And then we've got flying geese in the corners here. So you will need some white fabric or some black, because black would look, oh my goodness, really pop. And this uses 10 fat quarters.
Right.
Okay, 10 fat quarters and the white. I'll have a look in a second, go back and have a look on the pattern.
So that's one of each of the 2 different fat quarters?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's why I'm saying, because the other quilt that I'm standing in front of at the moment, we're going to look at in a little bit, is also uses fat quarters, 10 fat quarters. So if you bought the full bundle of the half meters, you can make both of these, and you still have some left over, because I'm always generous when it comes to doing the patterns. So
you'll need your own backing fabric, you'll need your own white fabric. Does it include the binding?
Yes,
in the
and the
10
binding is scrappy as well. If you have slightly more of the white, you could just use white, but I love doing, I think this is the other one I'm standing in front of, completely scrappy binding. I absolutely, I love it. I love using all of the bits that are left. But if you could have a look in the front of the pattern, you'll see that on the first page, the blue bit is the requirements.
Right.
So that'll tell you how much of the fabrics you need. And is it 1 metre of the white?
Yes, 1 metre of medium weight. So, oh no, that's interface. 1 metre of white.
Yes, 1 metre of white. Yeah, and that'll do most of the binding. And as it is, I've also talked about at the beginning of the pattern, cutting all the other elements before you start cutting the elephants.
Right.
All the other elements before you cut the elephants. And that is to make sure that you've got, your long pieces, because this is made with smaller pieces and we just sort of chop them up. And it also includes interface, which is how we turn these under. And they're wadded, which makes them slightly padded, slightly 3D.
Okay, so that one is the carnival
Yes.
of elephants.
Yes.
And the other one that you saw Sarah standing next to is Elephant Summer.
Yes, so Elephant Summer is this one. Now, what I've done here is something I haven't done with any of my patterns so far, because I haven't really needed to. But if we just open it, at the beginning here, you'll see that I have given 2 sets of measurements, one in the black and one in green. And that is because I want you to make the most out of your project you possibly can. Now, if there is a difference between English fat quarters and American, okay, or like these ones, because they are 45 centimetres width, not 50. So Craft Cotton Company cut them at 45 centimetres, which means that they are slightly smaller. So I could have written the pattern to fit with smaller fat quarters, but I thought, no. If you've got meterage or you've got different fat quarters, you might want to make them with an English fat quarter. Yeah. The reason there's a difference is one is done on the measurements of a metre and the other is done on yards. And a yard is 36 inches and a metre is 39 inches. So you get 1.5 inches worth of difference, which means if you want to cut 4 9.5-inch squares out of a fat quarter, you can out of one based on a metre, but you can't out of one based on a yard. So this one gives you the option. It's only like 1/2 inch to 1 inch difference, but it means you can still get 4 pieces out of a US fat quarter or a yard-based fat quarter. Okay. Whereas if I gave you the ones based on a metre, you'd only be able to get 2 out of it. So all of the where there's a measurement, I've given it to you in the green, which is slightly smaller, and the rest are in the dark. So I've actually made that one. That one is made from US fat quarters. So, you know, it only makes a complete difference of about 1.5 inches of the whole quilt. But as I said, if you were buying a metre, you'd be able to make both of those and you can make that to the larger measurements.
Fabulous. Now, of both of the patterns, we've shown the details for the paper copies, the hard copies. We do have digital downloads of each one of those as well. So if you wanted to go for Carnival of Elephants, it is again £12.99, so that's the one with the floppy ears. And that will be with you if you order it now, very soon. Instant purchase, you'll get it straight away. You don't have to wait for anything. Are there actual patterns in here, the pattern pieces?
Yes.
So you will need a printer?
No. Oh, you will if you're printing them out, yes. Yeah. Sorry, if you're doing the download.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you will not, you know, some patterns say enlarge by 84% or whatever.
I wouldn't know where to go to do that.
No, I can't be doing with that. So I designed them so that they fit on the page. And you've also got Indian and African ears, because African elephants have bigger ears.
Yeah.
So I've given you 2 sets.
Thinks of everything, Sarah Payne. So that one is your Elephant Summer. Elephant Summer on your screen. Sorry, that was that one. If you wanted to go for the Carnival of Elephants, again, we have that as a digital download for your £12.99. Does that one got patterns as well?
No, no.
So
that
you don't need a printer for that one?
No.
No printer for Elephant Summer. You can print them off if you want to, but if you don't have a printer, you can still order, you can still download and just read the instructions on your tablet or phone or wherever you're downloading to. Carnival Elephants, you will need to print off the applique patterns from that one, but you do get them instantly.
Exactly. And I've even done things like the front cover, because they look a bit similar, because it's the same fabric. One of them is the photos facing that way, and the other one's the photos facing that way. And then I've put a finished picture of that one on there, whereas here, the finished picture's on the inside, because I pick up the wrong one. So, you know, I wanted to make them look a little bit different. You know, this is what it's like inside my head.
I don't want to go in there, thank you.
No, I don't think I do either.
Can you do a demo in 15 minutes?
Yes, of course I can.
That takes 15 minutes, not in 15 minutes time.
Yes, I can.
Lovely, okay.
Definitely.
So again, do have a look on the website. If there's anything that you think, yes, I want to get hold of that, we are selling out very quickly of those pre-cuts, so I'd warn you about that one. Carnival of Elephants pattern, really, really busy for that one too. These should be £15.99, so you've got a reduced price of just £12.99 if you wanted to go for either of those. So, what would you like to show us, Miss Payne?
I'd like to have a go at ears. So,
go on then. Go on, have a go at ears then.
Have a go at ears. Right. So what I've actually done is I traced the ears onto a piece of paper. I've got an elephant as well, so that's the elephant. You will make up your elephant. You'll have a piece of wadding. You sew strips on it till it's bigger than this, and then you cut the elephant out. Okay. So we'll come back to that if we've got. I don't think we'll have time, but the elephant ears. I need my piece of wadding, or a piece of lightweight interface, or medium weight, whatever you've got, depending on how thick and how structured you want the ears. If you want them floppy, go with lightweight or no interface at all. If you want them stiffer, you can go with a stiffer fabric. Let's do, my scissors have decided they don't want to work. Right, so I'm just cutting a piece of wadding, and I'm going to do it with this piece of fabric. So what I want to do, am I in the wrong place? Sorry. Right, look, I'm making a mess already. Right. Right, so I'll just go into the hallway. Right. I've picked up my paper scissors instead of my fabric scissors.
You've got fancy paper scissors.
Yeah, they're not as sharp as I'd like them to be, but actually, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to, I forgot, start again. Sarah, pay attention. So I'm going to cut my wadding out using my scissors, which don't want to cut.
Have we got a sharp pair of scissors for Sarah?
I think I'm probably
Oh, we've got some, we've got some in the tools out next, haven't we?
Have you got a sharp pair of scissors?
Are they all right?
Maybe.
Okay, we're going to try these, Sarah.
Sorry?
Going to try these.
This is where we test products, isn't it?
Yeah, they don't work. I've got some fancy scissors in the next
Oh, those Fiskars are nice.
No, okay, I'm opening them.
Oh, that's better. Right. You don't have to be exact, because, you know, every Indian elephant or African elephant, this is an African one, they've got slightly different sized ears. All right, so I'm using that as a template. All right, thank you very much. I'll use those in a second. I'm just going to pop a pin. Right, so I've got two pieces of fabric. As it is, you'll put these on last, so everything's finished in the quilt. binding, everything. You've quilted it, and this goes on the last. So you can use up any scraps of fabric you've got left over. So, you know, you can piece the ears. You can have the ears made with the same fabric both sides. It's really up to you. Okay, so now I'm going to go to the sewing machine and I'm going to sew from there. I'm going to do a little back stitch and I'm going to sew all the way around to there, back to here. All right. So let's...
So what machine do you use at home?
Actually, I often use this one. Well, no, I don't. I use the 180, the Brother FS 180. I've also got an a Brother 160. No, not 160. 420. Which has got its own thread cutter. So, and then I've got the Juki straight stitch because that one does like 1,500 stitches a minute and it's quite industrial. But I can't have that just as one machine at home because it only does a straight stitch. So if I need a zigzag, I'm in trouble. But then I have some FSs in my office as well. So when I'm running like my sewing school, I have spares.
So where do we find out about your sewing school?
My website is sarahpayne.co.uk, and there's an area on there that says events with. So I'm actually teaching one 2 weeks, the 7th, 8th and 9th. I hold them, they're very relaxed, and I hold them in Peterborough in my studio. So what goes on at Sewing Street stays at Sewing Street. Wait, Sewing Street, Sewing School, because you get to see, you know, things that nobody else. That sounds really weird, but you would get to see like products that I'm working on and fabric ranges and stuff like that. So now I'm just.
So have you got spaces on your next one?
I have, yes. I've got the one for August is almost full, but yes, I do have spaces. And it's very relaxed. It's 3 days. You bring your own projects, and you get to meet like-minded people. You can book your own hotels. And my new studio, I'm just going to snip these edges very quickly in the seam allowance. We're behind a Costa Coffee and a Wendy's. And it's very useful. For things like that, and in my building you get free tea and coffee, so I make very great use of that. So I'm just snipping around that, and what do you
think to those scissors, by the way, because I've got those in the next hour?
Yeah, they are very sharp. They are very nice. Yeah, they're cut very cleanly. Yeah,
I do like a sharp to the end pair of scissors.
That's it, because when you're doing stuff like this, you need them to be sharp to the tip. So now what I'm going to do, because we have those right sides together, like that, we can turn it through and the wadding goes inside. All right, so we just push these out.
Do you want an iron?
No, I think we'll be all right.
So have you got another fabric range coming out this year?
Yes, I've got a reprint of one of my earlier fabric ranges coming out next month here. So that was Elegant Peacocks. They don't usually reprint, do they? No. So it's quite... And then towards the end of the year, I have one based on the wildlife around where I live in Rutland. Phil the pheasant from the back field. A tawny owl that hunts in our car park, because I live there are 6 little houses in a row in the middle of fields and everything else, and nobody around, so we get to see a lot of things.
Yeah.
So yes, that's a bit more like my British Waterways range. The colours aren't quite so mad. So, right. Now I'm just going to clip these. How are we doing on time? I don't know when I started. I wasn't counting.
You've got about 3 minutes. But
Okay.
if you want to take your time, we're happy to eat into the next show.
Right, so now I'm just going to sew all the way around and shut at the little gap and make sure that I stitch that down as well.
So do you do any other kind of sewing? It's not just quilting, is it? Do you do dressmaking?
No. I embroider a lot. I love embroidery. In fact, I've been embroidering since I was about 5 or 6. So that's sort of very peaceful for me, is to do a bit of hand sewing. I started with cross stitch, and then I've studied with Royal School of Needlework. And I went on a course with them in Hampton Court Palace a few years ago, and I loved that.
You do like to do your courses in the poshest of places, don't you?
Oh yes, I love a bit of glamour. So yes, I would love to study in a castle. That was really good because you got to go through doors that said like staff only, that nobody else gets to go through. And people would look at you and go, "Why is she going? Why does she get to go in there?" All right, now we've done the template. So here is our ear. And I've got black thread in the bottom, so ignore that. But what we do now is you're going to place a pin at the halfway point, okay, and place a pin between the top and halfway down. You don't have to measure it, just eyeball it, okay? And then we're going to fold up at that first pin and fold down at the second pin, and basically when you then hold that, you see that is how you get the shape of the ear. So when you go to sew that down, you'll sew along here again. That's why you want a matching thread really, but that will give you, the more you twist it, so the sharper this angle of those edges, the more you twist it, the more your ear will be proud. So if I just hold it up against, there we go. So then you sew them in place like that.
Okay.
And that gives you your 3D ear.
And then with the elephant, you said you used interfacing.
Interface, yes.
So did you fold it over the interfacing?
Yeah, so you stitch it all down to your wadding, so it's quilt as you go.
Right.
And then in fact, if we go to the pattern, I can show you. Yeah, we'll put it, put it there. Okay, you see, you put the interface on the front and you sew round it, and then you cut it away and then you turn it through. And that means your elephant is now raw-edged. So you get the 3D-ness, the sturdiness that comes with having that wadding in there. But there's no raw edges. Because you could, if you wanted to, you could bond a web it or heat and bond it down. But I think that's...
It's nice to have the padding in it, isn't it?
And also that adds some stiffness to it. So I prefer that method. It does take a little bit of effort getting his trunk through. So getting the trunk, because if you cut all the way up there, sometimes it curves under a little bit. But you know, you're using a white interface, so it might show a little bit. If it does, it's not the end of the world. You know, if you look at the sides, you can see a little bit of the white. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. But I'm thinking as well, because of the size of the elephant, if you're decorating a child's room,
yes,
little 3D elephants.
Now,
elephant bunting.
You could hang it. Also, in my first book, this elephant has been developing for years, but there's a cushion in the back of that, a two-legged cushion, because I first made it for my friend who was undergoing treatment at the time, so she was lying down a lot. And I made her this big elephant cushion with 2 legs, so she could lie on its tummy, and the legs would come.
That's a nice
Besides,
idea.
I couldn't work out the gusset, so I didn't bother. So I just went, it's going to be a cushion. And I did the 3D ears. So that then went into the book, which then became a version of this quilt, which has then come up here. So sometimes you take a particular thing and it takes a while.
Yeah.
It goes through different stages. So I've made little elephants, like this size, as toys. And yeah, it's in the back of my book, just using up the scraps from the other projects that are in Sarah Payne's quilt school.
So if you wanted to go for this one, you'll need 10 fat quarters.
Yep, and 1 metre of the white, then obviously extra wadding and stuff like that.
10 fat quarters for the other quilt.
Yes.
So if you went for half a metre of all of the 10 fabrics, you can then make both of them.
Yes.
And you'll have the 2 patterns to go with the 2 of them. Because I'm thinking as well, it might be quite nice, maybe in black, just cut out the elephant shape and applique it onto that one.
Yes, definitely. And probably you would need enough contrast. So, like you say, sew round it in black. You could free motion round it if you wanted to.
Oh, if I'm not used to free motion, then I could do with a book on how to free motion. Do you know anybody that does one of those?
I might.
Have we got it here, actually? There we have. Well, we're going to give you the details anyway.
It's in the next show box.
Producer running out of the gallery to come and get us the book. We'll have a chat more about that in the next hour, because you're going to be back again at 11 o'clock.
Yes, I am indeed.
Did you change your times on your social?
Kind of. I went, oops, because I've been telling everybody I was on 8 and 10, and I'm on actually at 9 and 11. So I could have had an extra. I didn't have to get up at 4 o'clock. I could have got up at 5.
You could have done, yeah.
But then we wouldn't have had so long to chat, would we?
True. So again, take a look on the website. You'll see all of the details there as well. I'll tell you what we will do.
What's that?
Hold the line.
Oh, yes.
Have a quick look at Sarah's previous range that we have for you as well.
This is British Waterways, which again, I painted all the elements. So I'm not going to unwrap it, but this was after a trip to see my mum on her narrowboat. My mum and my stepfather live aboard.
Oh, take it out.
Okay. They live aboard. I think they're on the Avon and Kennet Canal at the moment. But they have their boat, and it was, I went on it and saw stuff and then painted them. So all of these elements were painted. I was having a Monet moment, obviously. So those are my water lilies. They're not Monet's, but again, I paint with acrylic, so it's bold sweeps. And then we've got the butterfly. Now this one is an unusual, I did this in watercolour. I usually don't do watercolours, but, and you know when I said, when we talk about empty spaces, when this came back to me from Victoria, this was all empty and it was just the flowers, and I went, no. And I did a series of little drawings with dandelions. I said I need things to go in the spaces because I'm allergic to blank spaces. Because even the white that I use, I don't use plain white, it's white on white. There's pattern in it, because you want something with some texture. And then there's this one, which was sort of the bubbles, you know, you see in the river.
Is that your stomach?
No. It does sound like somebody's moving house. So, yes, those are... So this one relates to, and then we've got the water lily and the lily pad down here. So you can see how they all work together. But yeah, so this kingfisher, when I painted it, is about A4 size.
Oh, wow.
On a big pad. So I've got those at home perhaps I should frame these at some point.
I think you should.
But they're in my painting portfolio, and I get them out every now and again, just when I want to show off to somebody.
Now we've got a £10 saving on these, and this is the last of the stock that we have. So you can see the arrows coming up on the right-hand side of your screen, and it's gone down to £49.90. Sorry, Sarah, cover your ears. But it is the last of the stock, and again, it is counting down second by second the amount of stock that we have left. So make sure you get hold of that one. Make sure, I know. Well
Isn't
done.
it exciting?
Okay, then we shall see you again at 11.
Yes, I'll be back with another quilt pattern and some booklets.
Lovely. And
some,
templates.
And templates, yes, returning favourites, because I bought them last month and they did so well. So I brought them back again.
Lovely. So if you've been waiting. So we're going to take a quick break, and I shall see you after the break with the whole hour of tools. See you in a bit.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and I'd just like to tell you about the shows I've got with you on Tuesday on Sewing Street. So we're starting up at 8 o'clock in the morning with an exclusive offer for a subscription to my Half-Yard Sewing Club. These are just a few of the things you'll be able to make when you first join up. And then at 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock, I have some brand new acrylic templates, sewing themed panels, and some foundation piecing panels as well. If you like foundation piecing but you just wanted like a very quick and easy project, then these two pouches are very simple to make. And then on top of all of that, at 2 o'clock I shall be with you on the Sewing Street Facebook page for an extra stitch, where I've got more half price offers for you. So I'm looking forward to seeing you on Tuesday here on Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these two separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press these seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the two seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity.
See you at 1 p.m.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi, welcome back again. In this hour, we're going to be looking at tools. So we've got some consumables, which you should be stocking up on, and we've got some new items that you might not have seen before. But part of the tool collection are things that you're going to be using to enhance your handbags, which is hardware. I love hardware on a bag, any kind of hardware, even if it's a magnetic snap or something, a D-ring, because it gives it a shop-bought look. It makes your bag look really professional. Most hardware doesn't come with instructions. So even if you wanted to fit a magnetic snap for the very first time, they don't come with instructions. Some of the more complicated hardware still doesn't come with instructions. So I wrote a booklet for you. So this is my beginner's guide to bag hardware. So if you've seen different types of hardware and you think, oh, I love those kind of class, how on earth do you fit that? I'd never be able to do it. I'm going to make a mess of my bag flap. Everything's explained as much as I could in here. So there is more than I've included in the booklet, but these are the basic things that you're going to be able to buy and to make the most of. So I've included in here tools that you'll need to fit your hardware, and lots of tips and techniques of the different styles as well. So like thumb locks, these kind of locks, you need to cut a hole in the flap. So twist locks, like this is a twist lock. So it's got one half of the lock which goes through the other half and then twists to lock it. There's lots of different styles of them. The bird that we have is also a twist lock. There's loads of different, the butterfly is a twist lock, but you will have to cut a hole in your flap at some point to allow this the tongue to go through. So that is what can be a little bit daunting to people. I've got to make a hole. If I get the hole in the wrong place, if I make the hole too big, it's going to spoil the bag. You're going to have to start all over again with that bag flap. So I'll explain to you in here how to measure, where to cut the hole, what to cut the hole with, and my hints and tips on how to fasten the locks on to make them permanent as well. Ones like the butterfly, for instance, you'll need to normally cut a hole and then make holes for the 3 screw holes. This butterfly is like a filigree, it's got holes in it. So the whole of the shape can't be cut out. You need to see the fabric in between there. There's not enough of the clasp to actually hold the 2 sections together. So you'll need to make little holes. But with the bigger clasps, like the bows, then you will be able to just, oh, it's down here, cut around the whole shape. That's what makes it so much easier. So those are my hints and tips for fitting them. I fit an awful lot. I've made hundreds of bags, honestly. Twist and thumb locks we don't have on the show, but these are the ones where one part of the lock is hanging off the end of the flap, and the other part these fit with legs on the back like these. So you just make 2 holes and those go through. So that's a lot easier to fit than making holes in your fabrics. But then D-rings, you know, we kind of take these little things for granted, don't we? I've got tips and hints for you there as well on how to stop your handles sliding up and down when you use a D-ring. Using a double D-ring, you can buy double D-rings, but using your 2 of these D-rings to make an adjuster as well, or a fastening there. You can use them decoratively. You know, these are purposeful, these are decorative. And we've got different shapes of rings as well. There's triangular rings, all kinds of different shapes. Bag straps, which aren't really part of hardware, but you don't make a bag normally without a bag strap. So how do you make that bag strap? What about webbing? There's different types of bag straps. How do you turn it through? I've tried to think of everything that, as a beginner bag maker, you're going to think, how do I do that? Which one do I use? How wide do I use it? What's the best way to do that? Swivel snaps, that's these kind of things. Come in different sizes, different shapes, but they all work kind of the same way. So this allows you to attach a bag strap to your bag. So this will work in conjunction with a D-ring, a rectangle ring, a triangle ring. But I'll show you again how you're going to fasten that. Sliders and adjusters. Now these make your strap adjustable, like this. There is a technique of doing this. I've just got a knot in my strap there. That was for display purposes, so just undo that. But this again gives your bag a professional look, but it allows you to have the perfect length of strap for you. You find these a lot on backpacks and rucksacks. So you'll have 2 of those on the back so that you can fit that perfectly over your back. But there is a trick and a technique to putting those on that makes it easy. And that will be used in conjunction with one of your swivel snaps and your D-ring as well. So you'll need to go for all of those. Try and go for the same colour in all of them. So again, lots of different shapes and sizes. The smaller ones you could just use to make a lanyard. They go up to 38 millimetres in general, which is an inch and a half. So if you've got a wider strap, they'll accommodate those. You should have those on the website. And your sliders and adjusters, again, you can see with the backpacks, these all work in conjunction with each other. Magnetic snaps. There is more than one style of magnetic snap. So some of them you push prongs through your fabric, some of them you can sew in, and some of them are invisible. So these are sewn onto the inside of the lining, like with this bag, so you don't see them. So I'll show you how to fit all of those different types. And these type of straps are a magnetic snap. They're in 2 pieces, as you see there, but they look like a buckle. They are a buckle. You can undo them if you wanted to, but it's a magnetic snap and they're really, really easy to fit. And then bag feet. Now, bag feet, I say, are decorative. Because when you've got 4 feet in the corners, they look really lovely, but if you've got weight in your bag and you put it down on the floor, it will weight your bag down. So the idea with bag feet, or they're sold normally as protecting your bag from the dirt on the floor, they won't. They're pretty, they're decorative, they're a professional finish. And then finally with rivets, I got a green machine. I got a green machine. Life changer, honestly. Everything has a rivet on it these days. If you haven't got one yet, it's one of those things. I know I say this a lot, so I may be boring. There are certain tools, certain things that I've looked at, just like you do in the past, and think, oh, that's a lot of money. It's like, that's a lot of money, I can't afford that, don't want that. My Juki sewing machines, oh, they're a lot of money. First time you use them, you think, that's why. My scissors that I use at home, oh, such a lot of money for a pair of scissors. But they're amazing. Green machine, oh, that's a lot of money to put rivets in. They don't just do rivets, but everything has rivets in it. Every bag I do make have rivets in it. And they're sturdy and they're professional. However, there are alternatives, little tools and things that you could buy and little kits that you can buy to add things like that as well. So I'll show you how to use both the green machine and these other little tools as well, and the kits. So I hope you find that helpful. So I tried to cover as much as I could. There's lots I couldn't fit in there, but then that would be a proper big 96-page hardback book. But this is a really simple beginner's guide. It's just worth having, I think, as one of those references. We do have a digital download or a paper copy, so that is your paper copy. If you want to get hold of it right now, then you can go for the digital option. Again, at £9.99. There aren't any pattern pieces to print out. You don't need a printer if you wanted to go for the download, and you'll get it straight away. So you can store that on your laptop or your tablet or your phone or whatever it is you're working on. Right, we have hardware. We've got 2 colours in this one. Hardware for you as well. So this one's the bow. Now I do have a bow in the gold on my bag. We don't have the gold here. We've got a silver and we've got the gunmetal, but that just kind of shows you how it works. So that's on the back, that goes there, that locks there. That's what you look at when you look at the bag. That's the kind of the showstopper, if you like. So 2 colour options in this one. So that's your silver. Now silver is, as far as hardware is concerned, the most popular colour of hardware. And the reason being, for the most part, silver is silver is silver. Silver looks like silver in your sliders, it looks like silver in your D-rings, it looks like silver in rectangles. Silver comes in 1 colour of silver. Gunmetal can be different colours of gunmetal. Old gold, bronzes can be in different colours, but silver's always silver. So that's £5. It does have a tongue with it. That's £5.50 if you wanted to go for that, and it'll be in 4 bits. So you've got the tongue, you've got the bow, you've got the bit on the back, and you've got a plate to go on the back of there as well. Don't lose these little screws when you take them out. They're tiny, so you will need a little screwdriver to go with those as well. So 2 colours we've got for you there. There's the silver. That one's your gunmetal. Really classy. Really classy. Okay, then what should we look at next? Should we do the bird next? So this works in just the same way. So we don't have very many of those left. So again, that goes on the outside of your bag. That plate goes on the back. That goes on there. That twists in lock. And this is what it's going to look like on your project. Again, I've got a different colour on this one. Looks well with my bird fabric. And let's open that up. And that's the back. That's the front. This is going to be a pattern on one of my shows tomorrow. I can't remember what time. And we've also got some new panels with my sewing machine paintings on them. So you can make this from a panel, so you don't have to cut out patterns. I'm taking over the day tomorrow, you know. I've got 3 hours. I've got 8 o'clock in the morning with Half Yard Club, with a special 2-year offer at just £99, normally £120, exclusive to Sewing Street. I might mention it again later. And then I've got 10 o'clock with the stationery folder and the large folder and new panels. And I've got 12 o'clock with some new templates and a stamp set. And then at 2 o'clock, I'm doing a Facebook Live, the extra stitch, with half price stuff. Hey. Anyway, let's have a look. Let's look at sliders. So these are the adjusters that make your straps longer or shorter. So this is silver. And they've got the loose bar in the centre. So 25mm is 1 inch, so that's probably going to be the size that you go for. And again, just to show you what it does, I know this is gold, but it does that with your bag strap. So you can make your own straps. You can use a 1 inch wide webbing. We also have rainbow. Rainbows are amazing, particularly on coloured fabric. You won't find any two exactly the same, and they do really have such an incredible finish. Yeah, they go through such a, what do they call it? They electrify them somehow. I can't remember what the process. Electroplating, that's the one, which normally makes them a lot more expensive than the other ones. But yeah, they're fascinating. So that's rainbow. Oh, we also have rainbow in the 1 inch rectangle rings. So those would go together as a nice little set. I'm not sure if you've got more on the website actually, because I brought you an awful lot more than these. Because we did have some swivel snaps as well. Have a look on the website. But again, we've got rainbow in the 1 inch. We also have a silver in the 1 inch. So these are rectangle rings, remember. So these ones, of course, I haven't got a sample of that. But if you're drawing in one strap, so great if you're going to do an adjustable strap because your strap will thread through there and this part goes onto your bag. But use them decoratively as well. They don't have to be purposeful, they can be decorative. Also available in bronze, I think we call that bronze. And they're in, I think they're £1.99. Are they £1.99? I don't remember doing that. Don't remember doing that. And we've got a gunmetal as well. Oh, and we've got a gold. We've got the gold ones too. So that's the gunmetal, again at £1.99 for two. Have to say, the quality is really good. I've chosen these, I supplied these, and sometimes you can get rectangle rings that feel as though they're going to bend. They can be really thin, they can be really lightweight. I'm not going to do that to you because, like I was saying in the show earlier, if I sell you something that you get home and you think that's a rubbish bit of tin, you're not going to shop with me again, you won't trust me anymore. And with hardware, I think, you know, you want to, there's your gold ones, by the way. You want to enhance your bag, you want to make it look professional, you want it to look as though it's shop bought, you want the compliments from it. If you're making what you're selling, particularly, the hardware is really important. These things particularly can be really, really cheap quality. These aren't, they're all really, listen to that, they're all really lovely quality. I wouldn't bring you anything less. And again, those are only £1.99p. Shall we look at D-rings? We've got gold. You can never have enough D-rings. These are 1 inch D-rings or your 25mm D-rings. £1.75 for 4. Oh, I think I might have done the sums wrong there. I've done the sums wrong there. So gold, we've got gunmetal. Nice chunky D-rings. D-rings again sometimes can be a little bit, These, you can see the chunkiness of my D-rings there. Chunky D-rings. Again at £1.99. Oh, we've only got 2 of those left. Oh! And then we've got the bronze. Come here with the bronze. And again, 4 of those for your £1.75. Worth getting hold of at that price, even if you haven't got a bag in mind. They don't go off. I've missed something. Oh, back to the sliders again. We've got 2 38mm, so that's 1.5 inch sliders. And we've got those in the gold, which are £1.99, or you've got the silver option, which again is 2 for £1.99. The final piece of hardware they've got for you here is the swivel snaps or lobster claw clasps, and again they're junky. They're really nice junky ones. They're £3.50 for the 2. I've got a sample of the gold. This is the bronze that you're looking at, or the old gold, antique gold. So I've got a copy of the shiny. I've got a sample of the shiny gold just to show you the way that they work. Rivets. But these are the antique gold. The nice thing with antique gold is that it doesn't show scratches as much as silver or gold would do. So if this is going to be your everyday bag, then this is going to be a good option for you. Because, I mean, they will scratch eventually, but they don't show scratches as much as the very shiny ones do. And they're only £3.50. Right, that's your hardware. Right. Fiskars scissors. Do you know what I love about these? I use Fiskars, or the girls use Fiskars in my office to cut fabrics up because they last for ages and the quality is amazing. But these are sprung. And the thing I like about that, if you have problems with your hands like I have, I've got problems with my knuckles, I've got problems with my wrists, that's not going to get any better. I find with scissors, it's the opening that hurts. I can squeeze, it's when you're forcing them open that I really struggle. I do have a problem with pinking shears because they seem to be really stiff. So you've got an easy action to close them, but the best thing is the way that they open. And they do lock, so when you're finished with them, you know that you're not leaving sharp blades exposed. And sharp to the point, as Sarah Payne demonstrated in the last hour. And that is really important. This is the sign of a good pair of scissors. If I want to make little snips into a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, that will create that tiny, tiny little snips. If you, with your scissors at the moment, find that you're cutting here, so that's where your sharp bit is, time to get a new pair of scissors. What's the point in having a pair of scissors that you only use 1 inch in the centre? You need to be able to snip all the way along and accurately. Do you want to hear the crunch? Best noise in the world. How's that? That takes me back to when I was a child. My mum was a dressmaker, and the crunching of scissors on the dining table is really very nostalgic. Scissors are as important as your sewing machine. So go for the best quality you can afford. And do have more than one pair. These are your dressmaking shears. You don't use them for paper. You don't use them to cut the rind off bacon. These are your dressmaking shears. And at £23.99, I think you've got an amazing price with those as well. So, and again, they're comfortable. They're ergonomic. They sit comfortably in the hand. But that's the best thing for me. It's just the squeezing I can do, opening I struggle with. Oh no, they're going to sell out. So hopefully we'll get them back again. But if they're in your basket, you know what I'm going to say? Check out your baskets. So again, £23.99 for Fiskars is just an amazing value. Right, let's have a look at the double cone thread holder. Do you ever use larger spools of thread than will sit on top of your sewing machine? And do you sit it at the side of your sewing machine? Hopefully it won't unwind and go all over the floor. Or maybe you've got a mug or a cup that you put it into. This is a cone holder. So it'll take smaller ones as well. Shall I open it? It won't be able to sell it if I open it, you know. I might have to take it home. Whoops. Well, at £5, I'll buy it off you. I'll buy it off you. So let's see how this goes together. So that goes in there, that goes in there. So, and that goes in there, and that goes on there, and that goes on there, and that goes on there. Oh, I can go higher. Have I lost a little bit? So 1, 2. Should have another one of those in now. What have I done with that? So it can go higher than that as well. Let me go that way so I can see it. There you go. So you can sit your spools on here, and again, it'll take smaller ones, and then pop your thread over the top here, and then that goes into your sewing machine, as you can see on the little picture there, if you can't see on the little picture there. So it keeps your thread. Oh, I'll tell you another thing. If you're using a twin needle, not every sewing machine has all of the bits and bobs and the guides to sit 2 spools of thread on your sewing machine. So this is a great idea. So you've got the 1 spool on your sewing machine, and then the other one is controlled in the unit here. £5.99. Definitely going to go for one of those. Definitely. It's weighty enough. It's got screw holes in it. So if you do have the kind of worktop that you can actually screw that into the worktop if you're going to use this all the time, that may be an option. Or you can put it onto a block of wood and make that more wordy as well. And I tell you what, a good idea. If you're hand sewing, you've got your thread already off the spool there, and it's kept nice and tidy as well. Oh, I wonder if you use a yarn on it if you're knitting. I'm not a knitter. But I wonder if you could. Well, if you're a knitter, let me know if that's going to be useful for you. It is an extra pair of hands holding your thread. Oh, lots of you in baskets for this one. I'm not surprised at that price. And again, it's a really nice quality as well. Only the second time you've seen it. It looks like a moustache, doesn't it? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Okay, I'm going to do that. So again, and it comes to pieces, so... Matches my outfit. So again, £5.99. Does a moustache suit me, do you think? I'll grow it then. Yeah, Movember. We'll just watch this space, can you imagine? What else should we look at? How about the bobbin winder? Oh, I didn't bring any thread. Oh, right. This is an amazing price. Because it's £37.99. That's not an amazing price, I heard you say, but this is going to be an amazing price. So on here, whoops, there we go. It winds your bobbins. So it doesn't matter what size of bobbin you have, or if you've got a metal bobbin or a plastic bobbin, or what size of bobbin, really doesn't matter. You've got two spools to store your spare bobbins. The one that you're going to wind will go on here. You follow the arrows and then, oh, put your thread on there. Follow the arrows all around here. That's a tension, so that's important that it goes around this one. Wind up a little bit of your bobbin, sit it on there and switch it on. And this little thing spins around like crazy and winds up your bobbin. Now, maybe you've got the, an old sewing machine where your bobbin winder doesn't work anymore, or if you just want to fill up lots of bobbins. I don't like filling up bobbins. It's a bit like putting petrol in the car. It's like, oh, I've got to do that. And you can guarantee that you only find out that you need to wind your bobbin up when you've just got to the end of sewing the whole hem of a pair of curtains and you realise I've got to sew it all over again. Oh, let's have a go. So I do have, those June Taylor thread spool holder things. I have got a little one just with bobbins, all just bobbins in different colours, just get it out the way. But it also means that you don't have to unwind your sewing machine to put thread onto your bobbin winder. So that goes in there. Oh, I'll thread that through. So it's the only job it has to do, and I think you'll find when things only have one job to do, they tend to do it very well. So that goes round there, that goes round there. I'm not sure which way around the thread has to go on this one because I haven't practiced yet. So let's pop that on there, like that. It's the other way. So, no harm done, obviously. So that goes that way, am I doing that? No, it's that way, isn't it? I'll wind it a little bit like that. Pop it on. So it's coming off in the shape of a letter E. It's coming off the bottom of the bobbin that way. And then it's winding the bobbin up. And it'll stop automatically when it's filled up the bobbin. It's so quick. And it's actually quite satisfying. That actually, good idea if you've got kids. Don't know what to do. Do you want to wind some bobbins up? Great fun. So almost, it takes a lot. Oh, it's Oracle thread, it's finer. That's why it's taking so long. There we go. And it's automatically stopped when the bobbin's full. And then when it is full, so I thought that was a snip. Have we got a snip? Is that little thing on the end a snip? How does that work? Oh, I don't know how that works. It's got a snip on the end, and then you can store your bobbins on that bit as well. But it's really, really quick to do, really quick. And it's USB chargeable as well. And it's got batteries as well. So however you want to. I wonder if, oh no, I can't do that. I was going to rewind it all, but that's gone through that little loop, so we can't do that. It's going to do it all backwards and rewind it back on. And it's £19.99, which is practically half price. I think that's a crazy price, crazy reduction. So yeah, well done for getting hold of yours. Lots of these in baskets at the moment. Nice gift idea as well, isn't it? Oh, we've got a message from Catherine in South Yorkshire. Hi, Catherine. She says, morning. I love my bobbin winder. To the point. Absolutely. Of course you do that. A great gift idea because somebody will think that you're going to have spent nearly £40 on it. But of course you haven't. It's only £19.99. And it's hemline. Oh, there you go. Okay. Let's have a look at rotary cutter blades. So if you just brought your rotary cutter, the one that we had in the show, the early bird, the one that had it in the 8 o'clock show, it doesn't come with a spare blade. You will need spare blades. Always have spare blades because you never know when you're going to hit a pin. And at £8.99 for 3, that is such a good price. They're so easy. Now I'll be honest, rotary cutter blades, I don't really care what brand they are. I tend to go by price. I think they're all made pretty much the same. Some of them will have numbers around them. Never use those. And some of them don't. I don't know whether these have or not. No, they haven't. I'm not going to take those out. But I think they're made all pretty much the same, whether you go for a very expensive one or the cheaper ones. So £8.99 for 3 is an incredible price for 3 of the blades. You will get through them. They will blunt. They will, you will go over a pin at some point. You will start cutting and it's an effort and you have to press on hard with your rotary cutter. That's the time to change your blade. If you start getting a line of perforations instead of one clean cut, you've damaged the blade. There's nothing you can do about it. You may as well just have a load of these in stock. And at £8.99 for 3, again, you've got great value for money. And the size of the rotary cutter will fit any 45mm rotary cutter. It doesn't have to be a So Easy rotary cutter. It'll fit the one that we had this morning. It'll fit your Fiskars rotary cutter. It'll fit your the Clover rotary cutters, Alpha rotary, any rotary cutters, any rotary cutters. Just trying to think brands of rotary cutters. There's loads of them. So £8.99, your price there. So what do you want to do next? We've got loads of stuff. I love a tool, don't you? I love a tool. What's your favourite tool? Apart from your sewing machine and your scissors, what is the best tool you've ever invested in? Come on, let us know. Oh, right, bobbin boats. Where's the bobbin boats? Let's have a look at these. So actually, if you're going for your bobbin winders, you're going to need these, aren't you? 3 of these, let me just get my bobbin. I'll get my bobbin and stick them in. The thing I like about these is that you wind your thread around tight enough and pop it in, and you don't get all of your thread dangling around. If you're taking your spare bobbins to a workshop or a demonstration or something like that, if they're rattling around in the bottom of your sewing bag, they're just going to be all unravelled and unwound by the time you get there. So there's 3 of them. You could maybe have one with brights, one with neutrals, and one with black and whites if you wanted to colour coordinate them. And you can tip them upside down, you can drop them in the bottom of your bag, and it grips onto each one of those bobbins so they're not going to fall out. I wonder how many you can fit on there. It doesn't say on the packaging. So let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so easily 7, so 21 bobbins that's going to hold in total for £17.99. But again, it keeps you organised, keeps everything nice and neat. Chuck them in a drawer. If it's more unusual colours that you don't use so often, they don't have to be on display anywhere, then just pop them in a drawer, and again, nothing's going to come out and the thread's not going to get unwound. So they're ideal. And again, for gifts, if you're struggling to buy something for somebody who sews, because fabric can be very personal, you can never have enough thread, and you can never have enough of these to keep your bobbins organised as well. So even if 2 gifts are bought exactly the same, I'd use them up. So again, they're £17.99 if you wanted to go for those. We've got a bit of glue. Ooh. I've started using these. It's dark blue. Doesn't stay dark blue. It's a repositionable. It's a bit like 505 spray in a stick. In fact, it is 505 in a stick. So temporary glue stick. If you're gluing in a seam allowance, like a 1/4-inch seam allowance, putting a zip in, too big. But if you're putting a plique onto a project, then that's absolutely perfect. If you wanted to hold layers of fabric together instead of pinning, this is absolutely perfect. So it does wash out, so it's not going to stay blue. on your project, and it just twists it from the bottom. But if you are using any kind of adhesive while you're sewing, do make sure that it is a fabric adhesive. Don't go using a Pritt stick if you're going to use a sewing machine. It's going to gunge up the machine. These products are designed to work with your sewing machine. They're not going to damage it, and they are designed to wash away and not leave any residue, and they're not going to damage your fabric either. So again, that's only £6.99. I'm not surprised this was really busy when you first launched it. I'll be honest with you, last time I was here, Hayley gave me one. I said, oh, try that. I thought, that's a bit big and a bit blue, and it goes very blue. I've nearly used it all. They're really, really useful. Have the smaller one as well, but for larger projects and applique, this is absolutely perfect. So again, that's £6.99. We also have, should we do this one? This is high-tack, all-purpose, very sticky glue. Not just for fabric. It's ideal for paper craft as well. General crafts, it says. And it's only £2.99. Let me just double check. Very fast and sticky. Fabric, silk, paper, wood trimmings. Sticks to variable surfaces. China, metal, polystyrene. Oh, not many glues do that. Unaffected by cold or heat. If you use between two, it bonds when it's ironed, basically. So you can put it onto your fabric, maybe putting a piece of ribbon onto a project. You can reposition it, and then when you iron it, that's when it becomes permanent. So if you wanted to fit a zip or something like that, it is very sticky. It says on there, look, it is very sticky. So just be aware, you've got a very, very sticky glue, but again, you've got time to use it and reposition it before you iron it, and then you make it permanent as well. But again, it's not just for your fabrics. China, metal, polystyrene, wood, glass, collages, and all kinds of craft work as well. But it's very sticky. Be aware it's very sticky. And it's only £2.99, which is a fabulous price. Should we do that one? My favourite glue for bag making. When I'm putting my hardware on a bag like that, I've put HC2 glue behind it. Because even though it's got screws in the side, it may still twist, not when it's got the glue behind it. That back plate is glued on. That won't even lift up. If I'm making a bag that has a frame, even if it's a sewing frame, I will put the stitches through the frame so it looks like it's been sewn, and then glue it. And this is strong enough that if I've tried to tear a frame away from the bag, the fabric will tear, the glue doesn't come apart. It's clear. It's runny. Make sure that you put the lid on after every time you use it, because it will dry hard on the end. And this is the one that I was saying, don't get it on your cutting mat, or if you do get it on your cutting mat, don't go over it with your rotary cutter when it's dry, because it's solid and it will damage your rotary cutter blade. It's incredibly versatile. I will use it if I'm putting buttons or even safety eyes onto a toy. I'll put a little bit of glue behind that button just to make sure that nothing is going to, or no little fingers are ever going to pull that button off. It makes it solid and permanent. If I'm hand sewing, I was just thinking, because I made a donkey yesterday, I will put a little bit of glue behind the eyes to make it solid. But if I'm hand sewing things on like the ears, a little bit of glue drizzled on the inside of the seam means that it makes it permanent. So those stitches aren't going to come undone no matter how much they're played with and tugged. It's just an extra little bit of security, and they last for ages. And it's only £5.99. Highly recommend this one. I know there are lots of other wet glues out there, and you're probably watching thinking, well, I use this and it's the same, and this one does the same job. I don't know. I haven't used them. That is the one that I use. That is the one that I'd recommend for you to go for. So, right, that's only £5.99. We've got a seam aid. Now, this is an interesting little tool. This will go, you see the shape of it? When you're sewing things like, if you're going over the seam of a pair of jeans, and you've got that seam that kind of wraps around like that, which probably gives you 1, 2, 3, maybe 6 or even 9 layers of fabric. When you're approaching that seam on your sewing machine, the foot will go up like that because it's hitting the bulk of the fabric. This is a seam lifter or a seam aid, so you put that underneath the back of your fabric to lift it up. at the back of your foot to lift it up and make it flat as it goes over your fabric. So if you're hitting a thick piece of fabric, you're going to get a skip stitch. So if you lift up the foot and then go straight over the fabric, you don't get that skip stitch, so it gives a much neater finish. So it's called a seam aid or a seam lift. It's only £3.49. Sometimes your machine may have come with it. If it hasn't, it's worth getting hold of these. It's not going to be for every project that you make, but it's really useful for when, you know, you've got the right tool for the job. So when you do come across that bulky fabric, you need to lift up the back of the foot, you know that you've got the tool there. And at £3.99, that's worth adding onto your order. And just keep it with all of your sewing feet and all of your bits and bobs that you just know that you're going to need one day. One P&P all day, remember. So if that's all you want now and it's £3.49, you thought, well, I'm not paying postage for that. Buy it anyway. And then if you want to order maybe one of Sarah's templates in the next hour or some of the fabrics that you've seen previously, or a sewing machine, or a few packets of pins, it's still only one P&P. So your orders are collated just before midnight tonight, and all of the postage is bundled together. Oh, we're not going to have time to go through everything, are we? What should we do next? What do we do next? How about more Fiskars, embroidery scissors? If you're just starting sewing, or even if you're not, you will need your dressmaking shears. You will need paper scissors. You will need snips. I think you can get away with 3 pairs of scissors. And do you know the difference between scissors and shears, by the way? So your scissors have got 2 finger things that are the same size, and shears, like these ones, have a bigger one to put all of your fingers through and a smaller one for your thumb. There's a thing. There's a thing. So little scissors. Ideal if you're embroidering, if you're doing hand sewing, if you've got an embroidery machine and you need to snip the jump threads. I'm not going to take these out because I'm going to get in trouble for doing all of that. But incredibly sharp points. So if you're fitting magnetic snaps and you need to make those tiny, tiny little snips in the hole and for holes to put the legs through, absolutely perfect. So a necessity. How many of those are sold, did you say? Does it say on there? 1 billion scissors sold? 1 billion? That's a lot of scissors, isn't it? There's a story behind them being orange as well, isn't there? But I can't remember what that was. It was a mistake. I think Mr. Fiskars wanted a particular colour. Might have been red, can't remember. They do red ones, don't they? Left-handed ones. But whoever was mixing the paint made a mistake and it came out orange, and they liked it so much they kept it. I think I'm right there. Do you know, I love nonsense stories like that, don't you? A little bit of nonsense, but it's really interesting. Okay, so that's the classic snips. They're only £13.99. And yeah, necessary for you. In the late 60s, apparently, they started producing that. Oh. In the same factory that produced Fiskars orange juices, really? Well, there you go. Oh, Google that one. That's really interesting. So go and pick up in 1649 of those. 13.99. Right, we have one more thing for you. Got all this stuff. Have a look on the website. Odecote. This is this one with it in the lid. Yes. So you get a little scrapey thing, and it's in the lid. They used to be credit card shaped and sold separately, or came separately, and you'd lose them. But that's inside the lid. So don't think I haven't got that. You've got it. It's a clear gel, and you spread it over your fabric, a very thin layer, and let it dry, and your fabric becomes water resistant. Put another layer on, it's even more resistant. Put 3 layers on, it's waterproof. So if you wanted to waterproof a bag, if you're making outdoor cushions, maybe kneeling cushions for gardening and things like that, things that go on the floor, then this is a great way of waterproofing it. Do be aware that if you're going to waterproof your fabric, then sew it, it's not going to be waterproof because you'll have holes where the needle went through. So if you wanted to make something 100% waterproof, then coat it over the top of the stitches when you're finished. It also adds like a glossy finish to your fabric, and it brings out the colour. So it's like putting a magnifying glass or a gloss over the fabric, and it just brings out colour. It makes it pop. It makes a real difference. So this could be from anything from your cushions to outdoor furniture to bag making to your sou'wester in your raincoat. And although, you know, it's $14.99, this goes a long way. You only need to scrape it very slightly. What you scrape off, you're going to scrape back on again and just build it up in coats until you've got that waterproof finish. So £14.99 for that one is your price. We've got time for another one. We've got so much stuff. We've got loads of Orifil threads. We've got best press, big best presser. Should we do that? Let's have a look at. We've got Linen Fresh, we've got Citrus Groves, and then Scent Free. Oh, and we have Lavender Fields as well. I don't want the Scent Free because I like it because of the scent. So, these are the nice big ones. This is the Linen Fresh. We've only got 5 left of Linen Fresh. That's the Linen Fresh one. It smells like fresh linen. But the thing I like about that, I love the fragrance. This isn't just for sewing, it's for bed linen, pillowcases. It's just beautiful. And it doesn't, you know when you use a spray starch, which work very well, but they can leave that chalky residue. Best Press doesn't. There's no starch in here. I don't know how it works, but if you've ordered a pack of fat quarters and you just can't get those creases out when you try and iron them, use your Best Press on it. If you've had fabric that you've bought that's maybe been off the end of the roll or the bolt and it can be a little bit creased up, use your Best Press. If you're making your own bias binding and your fabric isn't creasing well enough, use your Best Press. It's just so useful. Always have it by your ironing board and you'll be using it every time you iron. So that's a good price. Okay, that's £11.99. I think we sell them for 16. And then we've got the Citrus Grove. And the fragrance stays for ages. They're just beautiful. If you haven't tried it before, just try. Just give it a try. And again, that's £11.99. So that is your Citrus Grove. I reckon we can do something else, can't we? Or shall I have my coffee? One more thing. Oh, we've got the quick unpick double enders. We've got retractable. Should we do that one? Right. Seam picks. This does need to come out to show you. Of course, I never used one of these. So it's going to be very, very difficult to demonstrate something that unpicks stitches because I never have to do that. Another really important tool, sewing machine, scissors. You'll always need a quick unpicker. And these are double-ended, so you've got a big one and a little one, depending on the size of your stitches. If you're sewing in a zip on the back of a cushion cover, you may have that technique where you sew the seam first and unpick them afterwards. Your unpicker will blunt, just in the same way as your rotary cutter will blunt, your scissors will blunt. It's always important to have a really sharp unpicker. It's only £6.99, it's ergonomic, and it's got these rubber ends on it as well. So when you've unpicked and you've got all of those little bits of threads and you're picking them out, or you get a pair of tweezers to try and pick them out, you give it a rub and the friction just removes all of those stitches. So it does come with one of those on each end, which is protective as well. Have you ever spiked yourself on a quick unpick? You know, when it's been in the bottom of your bag, it also goes down the back of your nail. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh. It keeps it protected in your sewing box, in the drawer, wherever you keep it. And then again, you've got the 2 different sizes on the ends as well. Oh, it's really busy for this one. Wow, so many of these in baskets. But again, it's a consumable. You do wear them out, and you'll know. You'll know. I don't know if you think about this too much, but you know these are blades ultimately. That's a little blade on the inside of there, and a little blade on the inside of there, which will go blunt. So you'll be unpicking away, and you're finding a struggle. You may have to force your unpicker under there, and then it'll slip. When I was saying about the rotary cutter early bird earlier on, where it's no pressure, it should just slide along. It should be the same with your unpicker. So you should be able to basically touch your stitches along the seam and unpick it as you go. So if yours isn't doing that, upgrade your unpicker. and you know, you're supposed to do them that way round with that little ball at the bottom. I don't get on with it like that. I have to unpick that way. And apparently, this little ball as well can be used to rub over the whole of the stitch that you've just unpicked to close the fabric. There, did you know that? But yeah, whichever way you use it, then it's just a lovely unpicker. Right. Oh, these are going to sell out in the break. So let's go to said break, and then we'll be joining Sarah again for the next hour. See you in a minute.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and I'd just like to tell you about the shows I've got with you on Tuesday on Sewing Street. So we're starting off at 8 o'clock in the morning with an exclusive offer for a subscription to my Half Yard Sewing Club. These are just a few of the things you'll be able to make when you first join up. And then at 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock, I have some brand new acrylic templates, sewing themed panels, and some foundation piecing panels as well. If you like foundation piecing, but you just wanted like a very quick and easy project, then these two pouches are very simple to make. And then on top of all of that, at 2 o'clock, I shall be with you on the Sewing Street Facebook page for an extra stitch, where I've got more half price offers for you. So I'm looking forward to seeing you on Tuesday here on Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Pressing your seams in dressmaking is not like ironing your clothes normally. You have to properly press it. It's not rubbing it over really quickly, but it will make your sewing look 100% better, so don't forget to do it. Sometimes you have to press your seams open. Make sure your iron's nice and hot. I tend to press on the inside and on the outside, so your ironing looks really crisp.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
so many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
We're back again. Have you had a cuppa?
Yes, I did. And a plum.
And a plum?
Yes, I brought fruit with me this morning. So yeah, I had coffee and a plum, as you do. Sorry, oversharing.
When you're up at silly o'clock, the last thing I want to do at 4 o'clock is eat.
Yeah, I barely had a coffee. I made one and put it in my car, but I was about an hour into the journey before I could face it. Yeah, 4 o'clock's too early to be eaten.
I am made breakfast by my husband.
Oh, that's nice.
I have a toasted boiled egg smoked salmon and mayonnaise sandwich. Every time I come.
Yeah. I just grabbed a couple of bits of fruit from the fruit bowl, stuffed it in my handbag, and there we go.
Coffee and plums.
There we are. That's the way my life goes in the house of Payne.
Shall we have a look at your quilt?
Yes, why not?
We've got a new quilt kit for you, and we've got the instructions on their own as well if you want to go for different fabrics. I love your fabric choice for this quilt.
Thank you. It pops, doesn't it? I mean, look at that. It's got some punch.
It really does. I mean, the style, the flying geese.
Yes, we were just saying.
Quite a few.
There is a lot of flying geese in this. So if you've never done flying geese, you're going to be an expert by the end of it. And this is quite a big pattern. This is actually, most of my patterns are like 20, 24 pages. This is 36. Ooh. Because there's a bonus project in the back, which I put in there. And basically, you'll need extra fabric. The kit doesn't stretch to this as well. But you could make this or the quilt. But basically, it's a sewing machine cover. And we've got to go through how to measure it and what you would, the measurements you would need. So that it fits your particular machine, because that's, I think, my 180, but I've also got a 2650, which is like twice the size. So, and then when I've said, you know, for this, I've used this measurement. So when I'm talking about cutting it at a certain size, you can see. But you can make it any size you want to. There's a pocket on the front, which again uses the flying geese. And then there you are. And it's very fetching. But you don't have to use that fabric, obviously. You can use whatever fabric you like. It's just a little bonus in the back of the pattern there.
So with the kit, how much fabric do we get with that?
4 metres.
Oh, okay.
Yes, there is 4 metres with that. So 4 1-metre pieces, you get the turquoise spot. Which, again, I love turquoise. Any excuse to pop a bit of turquoise in there. So we've got a turquoise spot, which has got a sort of watercolour wash behind it. So, you know, you've got real, what I think of as depth.
Yes.
You've got depth in there. Then I've got a plain red. Then we've got a textured blue, a textured navy. So I don't know if you can see, there are darker areas, so it's not completely flat. And then we've got the white on white. Now, the white on white I'm using for this kit at the moment. It's got leaves on it. It's got little leaves. You probably can't see it, but there's always a texture. I try to avoid plain white. So I've got enough of this to do all of these kits. She said famous last words. And if I run out, it's a dot. It'll be a dotty pattern.
Yeah.
So
is there a metre of each of those?
Yes.
So if you wanted to mix them up and do use the
can.
same colours but a different combination.
Exactly. Now, this also has a flange border. Right. So you learn a different technique, which is always nice, which gives you that two-tone technique, two-tone colourway. Yeah, so you've got the outside of the binding is done with the red, but there's a little strip of navy in there as well, which I think really makes it pop. I think of the binding as a picture frame.
Should we do something? Should we do it? Should we take a $5 off?
Yeah.
Let's just take a $5 off. So a special offer, your price is going down from £79.99 to £74.99. How much backing fabric will I need?
You will need, because this is 39 inches square,
right,
so you're going to need sort of a slightly more than a metre, because 39 inches is a metre, and you should always have a little bit extra around the outside. Right. But to be honest, when you're looking at pieces of fabric, sometimes they come and they're 39.5. 40 inches, but yeah, that'll do. And then a crib size piece of wadding, they're 45 inches by 60, so that'll be enough for that as well. With you can chop the bottom off, and that could go into make the pocket for the sewing machine cover.
Okay. So with the wadding,
yes,
what would you recommend if I'm going to use it? So maybe it's a lap quilt or a bed quilt. What would I use as wadding?
Okay, now I use 2 different types of wadding really that I favour. One, I use an 80-20 blend. I love 80-20. That's 80% cotton, 20% polyester. And I love it because you can wash it and it doesn't shrink too much. If you use 100% cotton, there's quite a lot of shrinkage, which, you know, that might be look you're after. Yeah. But I like to be able to, you know, chuck mine in the washing machine at 30 degrees and it's going to be perfectly happy. But 80% cotton with that 20% of polyester, it reduces the amount of shrinkage and it also reduces the cost because polyester is cheaper than cotton. So an 80-20 blend, whichever brand you particularly like. And then I've been using what's called R80, which is by Vaseline, which is a polyester, and it's made of 100% recycled bottles.
It's got quite high loft, doesn't it?
No, the high loft one is the 200.
Right.
That's super poofy. Now, I think, hang on, let me give it a squeeze.
Gone.
Yeah, this one, the elephant ears that we were looking at earlier, that is done with the R80, so that's got a polyester. Okay. So when you feel it, it doesn't feel particularly poofy. So that is, but it's made of 100% bottles. 100% recycled bottles, which I thought was genius. But they do a 200 version. I used to stock it, but I can't now because it's so big.
Actually, 100% bottles would give you that crunchiness that you wanted in there.
Yes, they are made of 100%
Plastic.
recycled plastic bottles. But the bolt of that is about that big, whereas the R200 is like, and yeah, it didn't fit in my house. It wouldn't come through my door. So yeah, if I'm going for a polyester, I like to go for a really good quality one. And that means that I could wash it a lot hotter if I need to.
I think quality is really important.
You spent so much on the fabric on the front.
Well, you have. You've got the fabric, your time that you've invested.
Yeah, your threads.
Yeah.
Your skills, your time.
Best of everything.
Yeah.
Best of everything.
Yeah, I think you've got to allow for that as well.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. And I like to the backing. So, for example, with this one, because it's 39 inches, you know, we were talking about 40 isn't a metre isn't going to be enough. Well, what you do is you cut that in half. And you insert a strip of something else. Oh. So if you've got say you've got another metre of this, you would, and actually what I tend to do is I don't cut it in half, I cut it off to one side. And then I might make a run of flying geese if I've got any fabric left over
that's a nice
down the
idea.
middle, which just makes it a little bit wider. And the thing is not to do it in the middle, because if you then, when you're layering up, it drifts a bit, and it's not quite centred. If it's out a tiny little bit, it's more noticeable than if it's out by a lot.
Yes.
So just make it look like you meant it. And you can get the more out of your fabric. But it could be a strip of the binding fabric left over, just to give it that extra width.
Oh,
but
that's such a good idea.
I like to
Because
invest.
if you're buying 1.5 metres, because that's how fabric's sold, you're going to have maybe a waste of fabric.
Exactly.
It's a great
exactly.
tip. Thank
Yes. And if your fabric's not big enough on both angles, what you can actually, I don't know if I can demonstrate it here, what you do is you cut it diagonally.
Yes.
And then you slip it like that. And that makes it not only longer, but when you insert your bit wider. So you can make it longer and wider. So instead of having a straight line of your extra fabric, diagonally.
That's a fabulous idea. Which matches with your flying geese.
Yes, yes. Be careful with it though. It will be stitched on the bias.
Yeah.
So if I did something like that, I'd probably spray starch it before I stitched it, because then it's not going to stretch and like a banana up the back of my quilt. Not unless you want it to look like a banana.
Now, if you just wanted to go for the pattern, if the colours don't float your boat in the kit, you just wanted the pattern on its own, we've got two options for you there. You can either go for the paper pattern, which we've posted out, or the digital. We've only got the paper pattern at the moment. We're looking into it. That's £15.99. Remember, get your extra project in the back there as well. Should we do? Oh, they've done it again. Look, they've just that way taken the price down.
I couldn't possibly comment.
It's bank holiday. Nobody's upstairs. We did what we want. It's only £12.99.
So what you've got in there is you've got a lot of information, okay? When you look at my patterns, they're all written in the same way. So if we just turn back to the page here, I write, the requirements, and then anything you need to remember. And then there's these little Sarah says, I turned into a Disney princess, apparently. Helen Disneyfied me with an app, and I think that's quite funny. But those are my top tips or things that you need to remember. And then they've always got loads and loads of photos in.
I like loads of photos. I much prefer a photo to a diagram.
Yes, I do as well. It does mean that if I want to redo the pattern, I've got to retake all the photos.
Yeah.
But for me, that's my problem. That's a me problem, not a you problem. But I like to do it so that you can read the text. Obviously, it's a good idea. Make sure you read it. But then, if you need an extra help, each picture photographs each step. So you could just read what it says underneath. I wouldn't suggest you only do that, but, and there are lots of photos, which is why, I invest in these patterns.
Yeah.
Because
they're nice quality. It's not copy paper.
No, they're not. I get them professionally printed. And yeah, I'm very proud of them.
Well, it is. It's like flicking through a book.
Yeah.
If not a better quality than a lot of books. But you're going to keep this. This isn't going to be the only quilt that you make. You may make this one and then put it to one side, and 5 years come later and think, I'm going to make it all over again.
Yeah. And, when you get to the back of a pattern, it often says quilt and bind.
Yes.
Whereas mine, it says, this we talk about the quilting. We talk about how I quilted it, how you might quilt it, what foot you need. Then we start, I'm going, starting your thread, finishing it, trimming it. Then we've got the flange binding going on here. That's when there's a little flap of the binding. But then there's like 4 pages of instructions on binding. So you'll use this to refer back to, even if you're not making this quilt again, all of my patterns contain every step, including machine finishing from the front for your binding. So you can take this as a book that starts a quilt right the way through to finishing it, not just get to the end and go, bind, quilt and bind. You go, oh,
as
lovely.
You wish.
Yes.
Okay, £12.99 is your price for that one. We do have a couple of rulers.
Yes, now these rulers, these are my acrylic templates, really. So what they are is they are templates that help you do a design, and they come with instructions, and I've obviously taped that one very well.
Here we go.
Yes, I spent Saturday packing these all up, so they're all ready to go. But so what this is the tessellation ruler.
Sorry about the noise.
And that allows you to create something like that.
How? Sorry, I mean, and it was very impressive and it was very complicated, but how do you go from that to that?
Right, okay, that's where this is not a full pattern, all right, and it's not printed. This is the guide to that piece. Okay. So it shows you the basic design that you'll want to do, but can you see? Yes. So here is a square. I just want to check that. The square and the unit. Can you see? So, and then that goes that way, and that goes that way, and that goes that way to make that shape. So you've got to keep an eye on your colour placement, but the trick to make it work is making sure that this is in the right place in your block, which is why you have to have the ruler. Because otherwise it's very, very difficult to keep it accurate. But that's how you make your squares. And I think they're 4.5 inches, 5.5 inches, 4.5 inches. I don't know. Anyway, let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 inches, because you'll want to trim them down. And you can see here, there's little pictures of the steps to give you that diagonal.
And you know, you could do it without a tool, but to be precise.
Yes.
And as you were saying, if you don't have these in exactly the same position, it's going to look, even if you're 1/4 of an inch or 1/8 of an inch, it's not going to look right.
It does, because a tessellation is basically, tessellation is a piece that fits in but moves round. So things like hexagons, octagons, apple cores, you know, they fit into each other, but you've got to get the accuracy. So that's where I came up with this ruler. Now, I haven't got many of these left. And you know, I won't be printing them again, shall we say? So this is the end of these. But Andy from Crafty UK makes these for me. So, and they're branded. So I had a moment when I got the first one and I went, oh, it's got my name on it. You must be used to that.
Never get used to it.
No,
never get used to that.
Never gets old.
Exciting.
Never gets old. But yeah, so this tool will help you create a unique design. Now I did it with just different tones of 2 colours, but you could use lots of different colours. But it's so when you create this bit, you've actually got 4 different colours around the outside.
Yeah.
So, and then that one there goes with 4 of those, which have different colours around the outside. So you do have to pay attention when you're making it. And actually what I did was I made each one at a time, whereas with the flying geese that we were just looking at, I bulked them. You know, I sat down and I made blooming hundreds. That's what it felt like anyway. But with this, I had to pay a lot more attention because there are a lot more colours. But I think it's a lot more effective because everybody goes, how did you do that? And I go, because I'm smug. No, I've got a tool.
And we have another tool.
We do indeed. So this tool, thank you, is the orange peel.
Oh, I like an orange peel.
Yes, I love an orange peel. So this is made with an orange peel. Actually, can I give you that? I'm just going to grab a pen and a piece of paper because I'm not sure where I put my piece of paper.
It looks initially a little bit like a cathedral window kind of shape, doesn't it? So again, you've got all of your instructions in here as well. Lots of pictures, as Sarah likes to bring you. And there's your template.
That's your template. Now, we have a widget.
Oh.
Yes. So, let me just show you how that works. This was genius because I had a load of these left over and I said to somebody on a live once, they went, can I have one of the widgets? And I went, yeah, but they're going to be like £1.50. I couldn't keep them in stock. And Andy was going, I'm not going to cut thousands of those little circles again because they're so useful. And actually, that's got my logo.
Oh,
right in the middle. And this is a measurement of 1/4 inch. So when you're doing your orange peel, however you plan to do it, whether you are doing them on tracing them onto Bonder web and then gluing them down, if that's the case, you would just draw around that. Hang on. You would just, I grabbed a pen that's not working. Right.
Are we okay? We don't need another one.
And we would draw around that, and that would be fine. That would be your shape. You cut that out, you know, iron it down. But now if you want that shape and you want to add a seam allowance, and this works with any design, okay, whatever design you're tracing around, it's incredibly useful. You put it down against whatever shape you want to work with. You put your pen in the middle, and it adds 1/4 inch to your shape. So, trying to draw under my arm.
So if maybe you're doing EPP and you want to add a seam allowance to a hexagon, if you've got your acrylic template.
Exactly. You
just
just run it along the edge of whatever, and it's going to take that edge there, and it will add 1/4 inch. It's incredibly useful. So, yeah, this comes with instructions on how to make something like this, and this is turned edge.
So that's applique.
Yes, this is applique. It's machine stitch. This is my range from that I designed during lockdown.
Oh, okay.
It's called Birds of Paradise. I was watching I was stuck in the house and I was watching Death in Paradise, and I thought, oh, I want to go to the places where these birds of paradise grow. So there's Birds of Paradise on it. So I was painting all of these and it turned into this fabric range. But yeah, where's the instruction booklet? There we go. So, because also this, I've written a book on applique.
Yes, you have.
So this works very well in conjunction with the book. But you can see here, I've called that the button. This is the orange peel template and the button. And then you can stick it down however you want. I think, yeah, what I've done with these is I've cut a paper template and I've used sticks to fabric glue pens to glue it to the back of the paper.
Right.
Ironed it, taken the paper out, almost like EPP.
Oh, yes.
And then I pinned it onto my background and sewed it down. So it folds the edge under with the aid of a little bit of fabric glue. And then I've used a sewing machine to stitch with blanket stitch all the pieces in place.
Because I was saying at the beginning, it looks a little bit like a cathedral window type of thing.
It does.
I would imagine, looking at this initially, that you've sewn, you know, the two different shapes of curves together. And on a quilt of this kind of size, might be a little bit laborious.
Yeah, don't give yourself
Easy
a
way to do
headache
it.
like that.
Really striking finish, but you need the tool for the job.
You do.
And that's your tool for the job. We can go to a demo now.
Okie dokie. Hang on.
The quilt kit, by the way, really busy for the quilt kit. Absolutely flying. Remember, we've got the instructions on their own. If you want to go for the kit, this is probably going to be the last of the kit, isn't it?
Yes, it
in
is.
These colours,
yes.
That's going to be it. 4 metres of fabric. In the turquoise spot blender, you've got the red, you've got a navy blender, and you've got a white on white as well. So, what we're going to demo?
Right, so I'm going to pop over here, and I'm going to find me little bits of fabric, and I'm going to show you how we make these. because they're quite small, and it's kind of, you just go. But there are a number of different ways of making flying geese, and I like the version where we make 4 in one go, because I'm lazy, and you've got to make lots of them. So
I'm just going to correct you there. You are the least lazy person I know.
I say that, but I've spent many years working on techniques that enable me to produce things quickly.
Yeah.
So cutting quickly, making sure I've always got a sharp blade, making sure that I have my cutting mat at a comfortable height, cutting multiple layers at a time, which means they're pressed before I cut them, and then using techniques like this with making multiples at the same time enables me, because when I used to demo, I probably do a fabric launch a week, and for each fabric launch I'd have a quilt and a cushion and a bag, and then I'd have my job on top of that.
Yeah.
And how do you actually physically get to do that? Well, a lot of it is about working smarter, not harder. So that's what I do. I don't like to claim I'm smart, but I like to keep it simple.
Yes.
Kiss, keep it simple, silly. So what I've got is, I have got one square. That's all right. It's okay. We'll do 2. I thought I'd cut 2 of the. I thought I cut 2 of the red. Never mind. So I'm going to do the flying geese on this quilt. Let's have a look at them. Which is this. Okay, this section here. So we do all of that in one go. And then we'll make that, and then the 2 for the next strip, okay? So, what we've got, you'll have to buy the pattern to know the measurements. So, I have got, when I was talking about earlier, I mentioned another fabric, which was a spot white on white. This is a spot white on white. I don't know if you can see it, but there's like a, yeah. So you may either get the leaf or you'll get that.
Right.
So what we're going to do first of all is we're going to get our 2 squares. I put them on the ends like this. And again, I like to do things quickly. So we need a diagonal line. I draw them on afterwards. You can sit there and draw all your diagonal lines on the back.
You're not pinning?
I will do in a second.
Oh, right.
It's just I can't put the, none of my pens are working. Hang on. There we go.
Michael, we've got a pen.
What kind of pen?
No, it's okay.
Oh, is it
it's
right?
okay.
Oh, it's all right.
It's working now. Yeah, I tend to pin it afterwards because the ruler doesn't sit very comfortably on the top. You know, when I want to draw the diagonal lines. So we'll do 1. And notice they'll overlap slightly in the middle. It's meant to. Right, so there's 1. There's another one. And if you've got one of the very fancy machines that has the laser light,
oh,
you don't need to draw the lines at all. And believe me, when you've got to do hundreds of them, all right.
And how do you come up with ideas? Is it maybe you're looking at the colour of a fabric and think, oh, that would really work well? Or do you think of a technique and change it? Or
sometimes I'm thinking about a quilt that I want to make. You know, like I did for one of my fabric launches, I did the bear paw because I'd wanted to make it for ages. So I made it out of my fabric over there because it was just a quilt that I'd really wanted to make. Also, because I do a lot on social media, I find that whatever I make, people want to make.
Yeah.
So if I'm using fabric from my own stash and they can't make it, there's rumbles.
Yeah.
So I end up making things, even if I'm making it purely for myself, with the fabric that I can get hold of. But yeah, it's a mix of the two, really. Sometimes it's thinking of, you know, hang on, I'm just trying to get the ironing board out. Thank you very much.
You got your iron on? Do you need that?
I just realised I need the iron and I didn't turn it on. Yes, thank you. What I try to do with my patterns as well, as I like to make my life as easy as possible, and other people, I try to design quilts that use the same amount of each fabric.
Yeah.
So you won't get one of my patterns that say you need 20 centimetres of this and 10 centimetres of that and 30 centimetres of that. I work quite carefully on, I've come up with the idea, these are the fabrics I want, what do I have to move around so that we can get the almost the same amount of each fabric.
Yeah.
So if you want to change this, you know, if you want to put blue around, dark blue, navy around the outside, you can. That's the busiest bit. Takes the most thinking, and where I have to go and lie down in a darkened room with slices of cucumber on my eyes because it's hard work. But yeah, it's a mix of both. Sometimes it's the fabric, and then other times it's you know what I want to make.
Yeah.
So right, there we go. Anyway, what was I going to do? I was going to sew it. That would help, wouldn't it? So with this, what we're going to do is we're going to sew 1/4 inch either side of that drawn line. Okay, so I put that to the sewing machine, and I'm going to move the needle, and I'm going to carefully sew, because they are small pieces, so take the pin out as I go.
Do you get time to sew for yourself?
Sorry?
Do you get time to sew for yourself?
Not as much as I did. I mean, sewing clothes, I love sewing clothes, but I haven't made myself a dress in probably 3 years. So if I buy a new dress and somebody sees me wearing it, they're like, oh, did you make that? No, I haven't got time. But for myself, I tend to do English paper piecing or embroidery. That's what I take on holiday with me, EPP or hand embroidery, because that's just what I like to do. What do you sew? Do you sew for yourself?
No, I don't have time to sew for myself, but like with the Half Yard Club, I have to come up with 3 projects or maybe 4 projects a month for it. I tend to come up with projects that I'd use. So it's a little bit selfish. But.
Yeah, I mean, I bought some lovely zips the other day and with some gorgeous zip balls at Malvern, and I was looking at my fabrics and I was thinking, and a bit of leather, a bit pink leather. I was like, I'm going to make myself a bag with my fabric, with those items, because I want that bag. It's kind of related to work. So yeah, it's being selfish, isn't it? I choose to make things that I like to make and that inspire me, because the thing is, you know, we're so incredibly busy, and this is a job.
Yeah.
So I've already started making stuff for the next show that I'm doing here at the end of June. So that's already in the pipeline. So because I've got deadlines, and that's how it works. But it's lovely if you can make things that you want to make with fabric that you love to make it with. So I've already got an idea of what I'm doing for the next one. Right, so there are my 2 pieces. I'm going to take it quick to the... It would help if I'd turned it on. I will cut these and I'll take it to the ironing mat. So I'm going to cut along the drawn line.
So what's the most challenging thing you've ever made?
I don't know.
I was asked once to make a set of covers for a set of drums, and when the fabric turned out, it was like seatbelt fabric.
Oh my goodness.
Toyota jeans machine.
I know when I first started in this business, 15 years ago when I did my first show, I was taken on by Simplicity with their rulers. And they said, right, we're going to do first show, there's going to be 10 rulers. And me not being very experienced, thought I had to make 10 quilts. And one of them was a double wedding ring.
Oh.
I've still got that quilt. It's marvellous. You know, I think it's 12 interlocking rings. But I thought I was just going to die because there was so much work. And then after that, because the double wedding ring, they come with these extras of different design bits. I just did like a placemat going forward. And then I very quickly learned that if I starched the quilt, I didn't need to quilt it and bind it because that's another day or two on the process of making the quilt. So for me, it's often been the shortness of time. And oh, Sarah, you've got a show tomorrow. The fabric's arriving this afternoon. Yeah, oh, lovely, lovely. And I'd been known to work through the night, get up and go in and do the show. Hang on, I should turn that way, shouldn't I? Without having any sleep, which probably explains a lot. So here's my piece, and I'm going to press it. So I've cut along the drawn line, and that makes it look a little odd with these sort of...
They look like little fox faces.
They do actually, don't they? Just put them like that and you can stick some eyes on. Yeah. Right, so at the moment they sort of look a bit weird, but I'll get my other squares under here and I'll draw a line very quickly. If you don't want to draw a line, by the way, you can fold them like that, and that gives you a little line as well. So that's going to go, get that right way up, going to go in there. All right. And as my pen's not working, I will...
We need another one of those ironing things, don't we? They get very stained. I don't know what happens.
Yes, sorry about that. This isn't mine.
You can do it.
Mine's in the car, but to be honest, mine looks as bad as this. But for all of us, doesn't it? You know, that's what real life is. All right.
That's no better, actually. I was just going to bring in a new mat, but it's a little bit stained, so I'm taking it out again.
Right, so I've placed these on the top. See, most of mine have got like an imprint of an iron. Especially as I've got an Aliso, you know, that comes up. And then if I go and use something like this, I forget and leave it like that because it doesn't go whoop.
Oh.
Right.
When we were in the last studio, in fact, not the last studio, the studio before that, when I used to present during lockdown, I left an iron facing down on the carpet on the floor.
On the what?
On the carpet, on the floor.
I did that too in my sewing room. I dropped an iron and it melted the carpet, so I moved a bit of furniture. And then when I broke up with my ex and I left, I didn't tell him that I'd ever done that. And I left and I took the piece of furniture with me. And there was just this... sorry, Paul. Anyway, so what I'm going to do now, I've placed them on like this, and can you see the tip overhangs slightly? It's meant to. And this point here is 1/4 inch from there, okay? So that just mathematically, it's like magic. It just works out. So we'll take that to the sewing machine and I will sew down that line and down that line. And I'll do that with all 4 pieces. So... one side.
I was once asked, I think I might have told you before, I was once asked for a friend of mine, she got a gilet and a jacket. Yes. And she wanted sleeves putting in the gilet and didn't like the jacket, so could I take the sleeves out of the gilet and put them in the jacket? It was really thick, heavy fabric, so I had to do it by hand. So I unpicked the sleeves and I sewed them both in the gilet, and when I picked it up, I'd put them on the wrong way. So I unpicked them all, re-sewed them back in again. So I unpicked them all, re-sewed them back in again, eventually gave them to her, and she says, no, I don't like that.
You see, now what I do, because the amount in the building where I've got my studio, there's lots of businesses, and somebody finds out that you do some sewing, and I've had grown men come into my unit and say, can you just fix me trousers? You know, or the zip's gone, or I've sat on, and I'm going, what do you think? My answer now is, you wouldn't ask Michelangelo to paint the garage door, would you? Because quite frankly, no. And I've learned that word over the years, because we get so busy. Yeah. But as soon as somebody says, oh, you sew. I remember my dad ripped his jacket and he said, will you fix it for me? And I went, yeah, I love my dad. So I said yes. It took so long because everything was lined, so everything had to be taken apart until finally I got a front panel and managed to sew that up. It took me about 4 days. I was like, I'd rather just bought you a new jacket, because, and I've managed to, my hiking jacket, one I wear, you know, because it's waterproof and everything. A couple of weeks ago, I threw it down in my sewing room in disgust on the ironing board and didn't notice that the iron was on. So I've melted my zip about there, about belly button height. So I can no longer zip it up and down. I've had to buy a new one because everything's sealed inside it and it's waterproof. So as soon as I start, the seams are all bonded as well. If I try unpicking it, so I either get soaking to the belly button or buy a new jacket. And quite frankly, I'll buy a new jacket. Anyway, I digress. Yeah, it's like, do mechanics get that? You know, where somebody goes, oh, you're a mechanic, will you just fix my car for nothing?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Okay, there's number 2.
Yeah, my son's daughter's a doctor.
Oh, yeah, I bet parties, she has a fun time at parties. Oh, I've got this ache.
So how many flying geese are there in the quilt?
I can't remember. Yeah, it's over 100.
Is that?
Yeah. And actually, I was against a deadline to get this finished. So I got my friend Deborah to come, and we made them between us. We sat there for a day and just churned them all out. So obviously, if some of them are wonky, then that's down to Deborah.
Oh, of course.
I'm just kidding.
No, I think it's just such a striking quilt. If you just joined us, the quilt that's behind Sarah here, we do have a kit for it, which is reduced in price with all of your instructions. So you can use it to make that exact quilt, or you can use it, and you can use it to make quilts in other fabrics as well. But it's just, I just think it's just so striking. It really stands out.
And sometimes it's about keeping it simple.
Yeah.
You know, this is not simple. This is striking, but it's not simple. And there's lots of colours, and you know, it brings a lot to the party. This is purely 4 colours, and that one you will see across a massive car park. You know, it's not just you'll see it across the room. It's because it's so defined and it's so regular, and the colours contrast so beautifully. Yeah. I finished that one and had a smug day.
I'm not surprised.
Yes, because I don't know if you do that, but I work on my own a lot, and I'll finish the end, and I'll get to the end of the quilt, and I look at it, and I go, and I'm desperate to show someone. It's like, there's no one here. It's like the building I'm in now, there's a guy who does 3D printing. He's the bloke that I show my finish. He doesn't care. He doesn't know anything. He just goes, that's nice. Now, will you please go away? Because I'm so keen to show someone. Right, so those are stitched now. Let's take these. Oh, no, I will need that in a minute. So we'll just cut. You could cut them with scissors, or you could cut them with a rotary cutter. I put the scissors away, I think. And you could cut them with a ruler as well, if you don't feel confident. Like that. And then, you know, if you're really in a hurry, I often do that, where I layer up and I cut 2 at a time, which is why a sharp mat is very useful. A sharp blade. Right, so here we go. Here are our flying geese. So back to the ironing board. I like this ironing mat because it's pressing from underneath as well. So it is important that you give them a good press. So you can see we've made 4 at the same time.
Are you a steam or a no steam when you're pressing?
I tend to no steam because these are on the bias, and I think if I gave them a bit of steam, I could distort the nice straight lines to make banana ones. So, and then the thing is, you stitch in as a banana, you wash it, and it comes, when you've, taken it out of the wash and dried it, it's now a straight line again. But you've stitched it as a banana. So, but to be honest, whatever you're happy with. If I'm sewing this down and, it's the iron isn't doing it, then I'll have to give a quick psh, psh of starch.
A push push.
Psh, psh. Yeah. I'm a big believer in psh, psh, just a little bit. Not too much. And preferably one that doesn't leave a residue, because I've been caught out with that before now. And then we've got all our flying geese. And so there will be 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that goes at the top. And then that goes at the bottom. So, and then these 2 will be on the next strip. So if you do 2 reds and 1 blue at the same time, you do 2 bits of sashing. So what we've just done there is that bit.
Yep. It's that bit.
That bit, that bit, that bit, yeah. I could have shown you on the picture, couldn't I, really? But no, I just thought I'd wake everybody up. So this bit is what we've done, this and those 2. So if we've done 2 red squares at the same time, we've actually done. And then I had them all pointing into the middle. You would not believe how much I ummed and ahed about which way my flying geese should fly. And whether they should all go in or they should all go out. Oh, my goodness me. So these are flying geese in here. We've also got these are flying geese just here with little squares on the end. So there's a square, flying geese with squares in the corner, strips with squares, and then flying geese again. So, and it just all comes together.
Oh, it does, and it does look amazing. So I'll just show you the kit again. We have still got a little booklet to show you as well. We do have some of these left. It's at a reduced price. Is that a reduced price for that one? The instructions. Should have been £79.99. We've taken £5 off. It's now £74.99. That includes 4 metres of fabric, so everything that you need to make the quilt. And in the instructions, you'll need some extra fabric, but there are instructions on how to make a sewing machine cover as well. With Sarah's instructions, as she said earlier, she just doesn't say quilt as you wish, bind as you wish. She goes into step-by-step instructions on the quilting that she's done, suggestions, and the binding as well. So all of this for £74.99. I've got one more thing, actually, to talk about before you go.
Yes.
Which is a free motion embroidery guide.
Yes. Now, this is the 2nd edition of the free motion embroidery guide, because I bought this out a few years ago, and now there's more stuff in it.
Oh, good.
So this is not free motion quilting. This is free motion embroidery. And the reason I put this together is I wrote a book on applique, and I get lots of questions about finishing the applique. But I love scribbly finishes. Okay, so if I just show you, this is one of the projects. You're just flicking. Oh, you just had it just there. Right. So this is the beach hut. So it's a new project that's in here, the beach hut, and that's it. But basically, this is my happy place.
Oh, I love free motion.
Yeah, it's just about adding detail. It's taking simple shapes, and there are 3 in there. So there's this one, and there's a landscape. But it's about just stitching. The landscape uses a bit of zigzag as well, but all with the free motion foot. So
So the thing I love about it, you don't have to be an expert, you don't have to be an artist. And you do exactly what I do. If you sew around something once and your line's a bit wobbly, it looks like a mistake.
Yep.
And if you sew around it twice or it looks deliberate.
Yeah, I say do it 3 times because it looks like you meant it.
Yeah.
And aim to wobble. Don't try and line it up. Sometimes that can be really hard to be messy, especially, you know, I love free motion quilting and I work quite hard on that and I'm quite good at it, which is lovely. But then when you try and be messy, you're going, be messy, because my brain wants to over not be messy. Like here, I've been incredibly neat and I don't want that. I want this. I want this outline because it's almost like this is a pen and ink drawing where you've got washes of colour, but the detail comes in from the pen and how the pen works. So that's what this is. This is drawing in elements with your sewing machine. So it talks about how to set your sewing machine up. Obviously there's binding in it as well because I wouldn't do anything that hasn't got information about binding. It's got 3 designs with templates, full-size templates in the back so that you can make these projects yourself. And there we go, we've got the templates in there too. But it's about experimenting and learning. And it's just really good fun to do. But it talks about how to set up your sewing machine, what feet you use, about whether you should drop your feed dogs or not. That is all in there. So as I said, it's the 2nd edition because there's more in it than there was before.
I think it's a confidence builder again, isn't it?
Yes.
And you must have the same when you speak to people. They can be a little bit nervous about free motion. Oh, I could never do that. I couldn't do it accurately. I'm not that clever at it. It's a lot of people are fearful.
They are, because I think we get into the habit of it's got to be perfect the first time.
Yeah.
Which doing free motion quilting, that's not going to happen. You didn't learn to drive in a day. You won't learn to free motion quilt in a day, where you get those beautiful curves. And I actually found out through experience not to free motion the quilts that I was trying to sell kits of, because people would look at it and go, I can't do that.
Yeah.
And they'd just not be able to. But with this, it's approachable. Think of yourself, you've been a little kid.
Yeah.
And you can just play and meander and, you know, you want to put some birds in it, you just go, that's a bird. You do it 3 times. It looks like you meant it. You know, if you want to put fish in the sea, you can go round and do little fish shapes. With this one, I've put a swing on there.
Yes.
Yeah, so swing in the wind. It doesn't need to be accurate. And I can't find this picture, but if I just show you, I used the zigzag stitch with my free motion foot.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get real texture in that, because it's not straight.
That's a really nice stitch as well if you're doing animals, to make them look furry.
Yeah, make them look fluffy.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of that. And you can see here I've been quite dense with it to make it look like hedges.
Yeah.
And I could have gone in and, you know, done the same, done a little fluffy sheep.
Stuff.
Yeah, fluffy sheep. Yes, and then I could have put flowers just by doing a couple of and then moving on to the next point, going.
Do you have to make the noise while you're doing it?
I do. I go, yeah, that is why I work on my own. Everybody else thinks I'm weird.
Really? But free motion embroidery is fun.
Yes.
You know, it's
no skills required.
No, not at all. Not at all.
You don't even have to be able to stitch in a straight line, because it's better if you don't.
Yeah.
So just meander and look like you meant it. And it doesn't matter if you fall off the edge of your bit of fabric, you know, and also with this technique, over time, it will fluff slightly.
Yes, I like that.
And that adds to it. You know, these fluffy edges really add to the look of it. And I just love it. It's one of those things that I love doing free motion when my head's in a mess. You know, and you've got all that noise going on in your head. I don't need to think about it. If I'm making a quilt, I have to concentrate. But, you know, you've got your VAT due, return due, or, you know, the kids are running around screaming or whatever. You've got all that noise. With this, I can cut the noise out because I don't even need to pay attention.
Yeah.
You know, I can just let it flow out and just go, you can't unpick it, so just go with it.
And enjoy it. Now, £12.99 for you. Do we have the digital one of this as well? Oh, we do. So £12.99, that's the details on the screen for your paper copy. If you want this now, if you just can't wait for the post to come, then you can go for the digital option, which is again £12.99, and that's instant. It'll be with you straight away. So what date are you back in June? It was
23rd.
23rd.
Yes.
What day is that? Remember?
I think it's a Monday.
Okay. All right, we should look forward to that. It's been really fun. It's
been lovely to
see you again. So we shall see you again soon. Thank you.
Yes, you really did.
Remember, you can carry on ordering after the end of the hour. And after the end of the hour in the next hour, it's going to be our last live hour of the day. And I've got some reduced price quilt kits for you. See you in a bit.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and I'd just like to tell you about the shows I've got with you on Tuesday on Sewing Street. So we're starting off at 8 o'clock in the morning with an exclusive offer for a subscription to my Half Yard Sewing Club. These are just a few of the things you'll be able to make when you first join up. And then at 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock, I have some brand new acrylic templates, sewing themed panels, and some foundation piecing panels as well. If you like foundation piecing, but you just wanted like a very quick and easy project, then these two pouches are very simple to make. And then on top of all of that, at 2 o'clock, I shall be with you on the Sewing Street Facebook page for an extra stitch, where I've got more half price offers for you. So I'm looking forward to seeing you on Tuesday here on Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello, welcome back again. Now this is the last live hour here on Sewing Street and we have got an amazing hour for you with things like this at reduced prices as well. So I want to get straight in and show you the first one. This is a Morris & Co quilt kit. I'll open the box in just a second, but this is what you're going to be able to make. It's the quilt that's behind me, but in a slightly different colourway. But you can see the size of it and the design of it. And when William Morris is so popular, isn't it? It's classic, it never ever dates. It's a huge quilt. It's like an heirloom piece that you can make. You've got everything in the kit to be able to make it. But in the kit, it's a little bit more spring-like in the colours than you see there. Now then, every time we launch a soft diamond quilt in William Morris fabric, it sells out. This was launched on Friday, on the 23rd, and just as it was launched, Sky went down, Virgin went down, Freeview went down. And we know all that happened because Benny's producing was in the gallery stressing about it all. So not many people could actually shop, not many people could buy the quilt, which is why we've actually got a few of these left. So don't expect it to last for too long. So if you saw a snippet of it on Friday and then you just couldn't order it, you can order right now. But not for £199.99. I've no idea where this is going. And £139.99. You can see why it sells out, can't you? You've got let's have a look. You've got 6.5 metres of fabric in here, and it's William. Oh, look at this. And instructions. So I've got can I open all of this? This is a bit nice. I feel a bit bad opening this. Let me see if I can. Oh no. Or if you get the parcel at home that's got the holes in the tissue paper, it's as seen on TV. Oh, look at the present. I'm going to move that because I know it's going to be really rustly and noisy. Oh, I don't want to. I'm not going to. Not going to open it. But look at the different designs that you have in here. So shall I? I'm going to do it. I'm doing it. All right. So what we got in that? Let's have a look on the box. Oh, it just says 6.5 metres of fabric. It doesn't matter how. You've got enough of each one. That's the main thing, isn't it? Enough to make. I know that's the willow bough. Emery's willow, is that what it's called? Oh, that's lovely. Very William Morris, isn't it? So WM. See, it's the same. it the same design, but all very similar? These are beautiful. Oh, look at this one. Now, there's more of that one, so I imagine that's going to be the border. Isn't that elegant? Oh, no, the border's a pinky one, isn't it? Let's have a look at the picture. Is it the inner border? It's this one, isn't it? And that's the outer border. We are, honestly, we're getting really busy for this one. We don't have a huge amount. Actually, we do have a huge amount. So that would be the border. And that's some of the little squares here. That's the darker one. Or that's this one here. And that's that one there. Oh, do you know, no matter what your skill level, when you've got, I mean, basically, it's squares, isn't it? It's all squares. Everything's squares. And to be honest, because everything's patterned, there's no plane in there, if your points aren't absolutely perfect, I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters at all. So if this is your first ever quilt, could you imagine? Oh, and even with they're not mitered corners on the borders. It's just 2 strips down the side and 2 across the top and the bottom. So there's nothing complicated about this at all. And having the right fabrics and the right amount of fabrics and the pattern with the layout, it just makes it so easy. So you've got big squares and little squares. It's just all squares. But how stunning is that? Isn't that absolutely striking? Oh wow, I've got a new squares ruler coming in tomorrow. Just saying, you know, just saying. But yeah, we've got, as I said, I don't know how much of each individual one, but you've got 6.5 meters of fabric altogether. Got loads going on tomorrow. Loads going on. I'm going to tell you all over again. If you've been here all day, you're going to be sick of me telling you. So at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, have you heard of my Half Yard Sewing Club? Are you a member of my Half Yard Sewing Club? It's £60 a year for at least 3 projects a month and a block of the month and lots more. So if you were to join it for 2 years, that would be £120 for 2 years. Works out at £5.99 a month. It's incredible value for money. But tomorrow at 8 o'clock, we're going to take the price of a 2-year membership down to £99. It's exclusive to Sewing Street, and it will be until September. So you can't get a 2-year membership. We've never done it before, but you can't get a 2-year membership anywhere else apart from here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. It'll last a bit longer than 8 o'clock. I think so. But it's not just for new members. Yes, it's for new members. If you haven't joined us, if you've seen it before, if you haven't, join us at 8 o'clock tomorrow. We've got loads to show you. But if you're a member already, you can still buy the 2 years. You can pause your membership and slip in the coupon and have your 2-year membership and then carry on with your existing membership. Or if your membership's up for renewal, you can renew for £99. That's such value for money. So excited. So that's at 8 o'clock. And then I can't remember what's in what for the other 2 shows, but I'm on at 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock. And I've got new templates for you. We've got new patterns. I've got panels. I've got stamp sets. I can't remember what else. There's loads coming in. And then in the Facebook Live, in the Extra Stitch at 2 o'clock, I've got half price smocking and foundation pieced hearts. That's me and Ben tomorrow. Anyway, I'm not talking about tomorrow. We're talking about this today. £139.99. We are now very limited stock. It does include your instructions. Comes to you all wrapped up in tissue paper. This would make an amazing gift for somebody you know who sews, wouldn't it? And you're going to create something amazing, even if you have never sewn before in your life. Right. Let's move on to K Fusset Zippers Warm. I'm the right way round, or doesn't it matter? Here you go. We're dropping the price. I don't know where it's going because I can't see the screen. £139.99. It's amazing, isn't it? It's beautiful. So this is it's huge. It's a huge quilt. Again, complete with your instructions in there. So how much fabric we got in this one? Oh, it doesn't say on the box. Doesn't say. Oh, Keith. Right. Let's have a look. I'll put that over there and have a look in here. I love a kit. I like it when you can say exactly what you're going to make and you've got all of the fabrics that you need to make it. Because particularly when you've got really bold colours like this, where do you start? What do you put together? How do you know what's going to work or not? And the colours that you might think if you were to go into a fabric shop would clash, or I wouldn't put that with that, then you know that they're going to work because these have been put together by Kate Bassett. Whoops. So you, oh, we've got more tissue paper. Oh, we've got more in baskets. We've got one left. What, oh, they're sold out. Okay. Oh, I've just torn all tissue paper for nothing. Oh, sorry if you get the one with the torn tissue paper. It's not like you're going to reuse it or anything, is it? Right. Next up we have Hoffman whimsical tumbling blocks. So that one can go over there. Thank you very much, Michael. Where is it? Oh, we've only got 2 left, so I might not get to show you anyway. Do you know, I'm not even going to open that one. £159.99 for this one. You can split the payments as well, you know, on these if you wanted to. But we, again, only 2 left and we've got 4 in baskets. Need to check out as quickly as you can. Need to check out. Oh, it's not that one. Oh, we've got it somewhere, I'm sure. But do you know, tumbling blocks I absolutely love. I think it's so clever, it's so effective, the way that the colours there really stand out. It gives depth, it's an illusion, and they're really simple to make. We've got 1 left, only 1 left now. We've got 6 in baskets and we've got 1. Oh, I feel like I'm at an auction. I'm not going to open it, there's no point, is there? But those, I mean, look at the amount of fabric that you're going to get in there as well. There is loads altogether. Candy quilt was up. Oh, it doesn't say how much is in it. But really, again, beautiful colours, and they're Hoffman. So you've got the quality of the fabrics there as well. As I'm talking really quickly, aren't I? Sorry about that. £53.33 in your flexi basket if you wanted to split the payments. It's like a race. 6 of you in for the last one. Who's going to get it first? Who's going to get it? So, well, I'm going to stay here till it's gone. Somebody's going to check out their baskets in a minute. Someone will do. But isn't that amazing? Have we got a size, Ben? 40, is it for 185 by 198 centimetres? That's almost 2 metres. Oh, that's really big. 72 inches, that's 6 feet by 77, so it's over 6 feet square. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, sold out. Well done, well done. Oh, what shall we do next then? William Morris Rustic Elegance Light we're going for now. Right, so £199.99. £129.99 is your price for it. Is this worth opening the box? Yeah? Should we do it? If I do it really slowly, they'll sell out before I rip tissue paper, won't they? And it's another Morrison. I love the colours of these. They're elegant, they're soft. And you know, it's quite, it's quite autumnal, don't you think? The colours there. You get it made by the autumn. 0% interest if you split the payments. Oh, what? No, we're down to 2 left. Oh, here we go again. Only got 2 left now. You're waiting for me to tear the tissue, aren't you? All of your instructions are included. Oh, I think this might have been ripped before. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Oh, that's really heavy. oh, just imagine, you're going to get your box home, you're going to open it, you're going to take out your instructions, you're going to open your tissue paper, you're going to open the ribbon. Oh, 4 in baskets, 2 left, 1 left, 4 in baskets, 1 left. Oh, I'm not going to take it all out. Look at these. They're beautiful. Classic. Oh. Right. That's the big blocks in the middle, isn't it? I'm gonna try and open it. Is there still 1 left? Only 1 left. Don't know why I'm whispering. So, let's got the birds and the willow bells and the florals. So those are going to be the bits around the edge here. We have 1 left and 9 of you in baskets. That's the border fabric. Oh, this one, look. The beauty. Oh, sold out. Congratulations. Oh, wow. Thank you. So the last 3 kits we've brought you back to back, all now sold out. What should we sell out next then? What about artisan blossom red? Not £184. I like this business. I've not done this before because you do that and you do that and the price just goes down, just like that. Don't know where it's going. And, oh, while all this was going on, we've got 1 left. It's £159.99. That's what you're going to be able to make. And you've got over 8 metres of fabrics. There are 10 fabrics in total. Instructions are included. Oh, now then, just say content may vary slightly, but you won't notice. They're sold out. What should we do now? Oh, what should we sell out next? Pinky Square? Pinky Square. Limited Tudor Celebration Squares. Oh, that's the Alice Caroline, isn't it? Try D62. Oh.
I'm here.
Oh, sorry, my voice went really deep then.
I'm here.
Have we got it? No. Well, it's going to sell out anyway. We probably don't even need to show it. Well, we've got a picture of it. Just showing the picture. We're down to 2 left.
Oh, there you go. That one.
Oh, gosh, here we go. We've got it. Now, you've got your instructions. Can we have the dance next time?
Oh, don't even tell me.
So you've got your full instructions in there as well. 1 left now. And those are all of your fabrics. Oh! So, again, you've got your full instructions included. Beautiful fabrics, really beautiful fabrics. And the finished size is 62 inches by 72 inches, if you wanted to get sold out. What was the first? I've lost count now. What's the first one that we did? Oh, this one. Is it not sold out? Soft Diamond Multi. So it's the quilt behind me, but in more pastel colours and a little bit more springtime colours. Oh, we've got a few more available of these. Ooh. This is the one that launched on Friday, but there were technical issues, I think, across the board. So, were you broadcasting at all on Friday then? Probably not. So if you tried to order on Friday and then everything went blank and you couldn't, you can order right now. So I hope you're still watching from Friday, because we've still at the moment got plenty of stock for you. And it's a reduced price, remember, of £139.99p. And we've got 3 split payments as well, so you don't have to pay the whole lot all in one go. You can divide that into 3 and you don't even need to pay any interest on that. And it's squares. It's just squares. But the clever thing is the arrangement of them. I think that's why, you know, the instructions are important, because you don't think, oh, it's only sewing squares together, it's really easy. The layout just kind of draws the eye in. It's another one of those illusional types of prints on there, of designs on there, but it's only squares. And I love the way, and you know, there's loads of points. So if you're a beginner sewing, I'll never be able to get all those points perfect. Because it's all pattern, every single piece of fabric in here has a pattern on it. I don't think it's that important, measuring all of the patterns, because that's not what you look at. You look at this like consenting. Consenting? It's a consenting design. I've got an idea of the word I tried to find there, but I didn't quite use it. All right, open that up. Sorry about the rustling. It's going ever so quickly. It's going ever so quickly. Okay, let's have another look what's in here. So, that one, and that one. I don't know what these are all called, but they're all, I mean, they're instantly recognisable William Morris, aren't they? And that one, and that one. Actually, that wouldn't say William Morris. These do, definitely. That one I wouldn't say was William Morris. So it's nice to have something a little bit different. And more of the willow bough. And look at that one. But again, with kits, like I was saying earlier, if you've got all of those squares to put together, I think I'd have a plain in there somewhere, because I think, well, it's not going to work with all prints, because they'll just blend. But when you see the prints together, they don't. They stand out. They really work. And you know, if I was going, well, that one's blue, so I'm going to need something blue to go with it, I wouldn't necessarily put it next to that one. But when you've got the kit, these have all been specifically chosen for this design, so you know that they're going to work. And it would be confusing, you know, if you go into a fabric store and you think, right, I've got to, how many, 6.5 metres. I need to, let's have a look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need to choose 8 coordinating printed fabrics. It is really difficult. It's difficult for anybody to do. But this is, like I say, why I love a kit. Everything is there, all of your instructions there. So what you're going to make is that. And it's really easy. It's a beginner friendly one. Hello, good afternoon. That's, where are you? Oh, hi, Chrissy. Chris is a member of the Half Yard Club, best club ever, no question. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, Chris has only been sewing for about 18 months. And she's amazing. She's amazing. Well, seeing as Chrissy mentioned Half Yard Club, I'm going to tell you all about it again. You're going to hear this all day tomorrow, so I'm sorry to be repetitive, but this is such a big deal for me and for the club. Because for the first time ever, we're going to bring you a two-year subscription at a reduced price. That's absolutely unheard of. We've been going for almost 7 years and have never put the price up. It may have to at some point, because it's getting bigger and bigger and more people are involved in it now. But it's normally £5.99 a month or £60 for a year. We're doing an offer tomorrow, excuse me, at £99 for 2 years. So that's only just under £50 for a year, which is ridiculously low, considering you have, well, you can see there's such a wide variety of quilting, bag making, homewares, toy making. And now, I didn't mention earlier on, every other month you will have a dressmaking pattern. So you can see there the wide leg trousers. So this is a downloadable pattern. We've already done a skirt, we've done a back wing dress. Everything is available to anybody when they join. So there are, including the block of the month, around about 200 projects on the website that you have access to on the first day that you join. So that's coming up at 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to fill the studio with samples. and just give you an idea of the kind of thing that you're going to have access to. And it's not just that. There are hints and tips. There's a forum on there. You can communicate with other members. You can post pictures. You can ask questions. And it's pretty huge. And you can be anywhere in the world because everything is downloadable. So nothing's posted out. So, and also tomorrow I've got some new templates and patterns to make a long hexagon cushion cover and that's that squares panel. And that is a quilt as you go, like little folder, storage folder. So that's at, I don't know whether it's 10 or 12, but I'm there at 10 and 12. May as well just stay actually, you know, because I can talk about Half Yard Club from 8 till 10. Right, William Morris, we have the classic colour red, which is... Where is it, Michael? Thank you. We've got samples over here. £214.99 is not what you're going to pay. Oh, do the thing, do the thing. Let's do the thing. £189.99 is your price. And what an amazing quilt you're looking at there. Contents made very, very slow. Oh, look at the difference there. So that's your quilt from a distance, and when you look at the pattern on the box, it looks different, doesn't it? Oh gosh, this is huge. Thank you. Oh, it's that big. It's absolutely huge. Wow. How big is it? Does it say? 180 by 225 centimetres, so almost 2 metres by over 2 metres. It's a massive quilt. And the colours, again, just beautiful. Oh, lots of flying geese. If you're watching Sarah's demonstration earlier on, that may be how you're going to make it up. But what an amazing quilt that is. Shall I open it? Shall we open it while we've still got some stock? Thank you. Right. So, Kay Fassett. Oh, it's the Kay Fassett Morris collection. So the classic William Morris has been cafed. Classic colour red. Okay. So that's that. Let's open this up. Oh, I've ripped it again. Use that. Thank you. I'm opening it. Well, you can see that, can't you? That's a silly thing to say. Oh, come here. Yeah. That will do.
It's not John's.
Is it?
Yeah.
Trying to bin it. Is John back from his cruise yet? Okay. Can I say beautiful? Beautiful. Oh gosh, there's a lot of fabric in this. Now these feel like fat quarters, but there's an awful lot of them. Well, it's a big quilt, you can imagine. And oh wow, oh gosh, we need a wide screen to show all of these. Look, oh, and that's a big piece. So that's the background. And then, oh, I like that. Can you see that? It's blue and red. It's like a chambray with 2 different colours in it. Let's see how that's woven. Where's the edge? Yes, we've got 1 blue thread and 1 red thread. That's really clever. And of course, red and blue make purple. So it's got like a purple hue to it. That's got, oh, and that goes really well with that. And that's the background. So classic William Morris designs, but in cave colours. What a collaboration that is. But you've got, how many have you got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 fabrics in total. Have I got that right? So 20. and your finished quilt 180 by 225 centimetres. And technique-wise, it looks to me like half square triangles and squares. So a little bit like a flying goose. And then squares in the middle, and it's just flying geese and squares, isn't it? But really effective, and again, massive quilt. I love the way, actually, when you look at it from a distance again, it goes from the paler colours, and then it ombres through to the darker ones. It's kind of shadowed to the darker colours in the corner. That's a really clever design, isn't it? And you know, the K fabrics, I think they would be difficult to put together because they're all so bright and so colourful. But if anything, by having this tonal red and blue shopped fabric and the paler colours, it kind of dilutes everything down. So a K, you know, it's bright and it's bold and it's out there and it's attention seeking. But with the reds, it all calms it all down a little bit. So if all of the bright colours are going to be a little bit much, it's diluted down. Now, if you want to see a demo for this, it was demoed on the 24th of March. So have a look back on our YouTube channel. If you just search for that day, you'll find it on there. And gosh, this is going down quickly. Oh, we might sell out again of those. But look at all those colours. Amazing. Loads of them, look. Now, what's in each one of... that's a long quarter. Wow. But intricate designs as well. I interviewed Kay Fassett many moons ago, and it's such an interesting one. He started off knitting, and I can't remember the house he used to knit for. Began with an M. Can't remember. But when I went to see him, I actually found a cardigan made by said company on an auction site, and I thought, I'm going to wear that and make an effort and buy the cardigan. And when I walked through the door, he says, "Oh, I made that." He recognised it from all that time ago. But everywhere was full of colour. Ceiling, walls, floor. He did like tapestry needle points, so all of the chairs were covered in that. Didn't have a sewing machine. Everything was hand sewn. But yeah, the colour, even going up the driveway, the tiles on the floor were all colour. Everything was just colour everywhere. Which, you know, sometimes maybe the colours aren't for you, the loud colours. And it's another case of, well, when you put a kit together, what do you choose? Where do you go with that? But I like that. I think these two make a real difference with it. It makes the pattern fabrics really stand out, but it calms everything down. But with these, it's just like diving into a paint pot. But everything goes so well together. This, again, would be a really difficult thing to do. If you were told, right, you need to go and choose 19 fabrics. Oh gosh, I don't know. Well, you wouldn't. Those two don't go together at all, do they? But the way that this has been laid out so that every single pattern works with the one next to it. And I love that kind of shading. I think that's so clever. That's something that'd be really difficult for me to do. But it just kind of blends from the paler one all the way through to the darker. But you're still using flying geese, which is, you know, just triangles and squares. It's not a complicated design. And the way that it's been laid out, I think the complicated thing about this would be to where do you put which colour. But you've got your instructions in there to show you where to put it. You know, you've got the diagram there, identifying all of the different colours, where to put them. So just follow it. I don't think this is one that you think, well, I'm going to put this one there and that one there, because you do have specific amounts of fabric to use with each colour. But to be honest, you're buying it to make that, not to be experimental and make your own things and put your own colours to it. But there again, you've got your instructions afterwards. So if you wanted to make one in, I don't know, black and white and plain colours in fabrics that you've already got, no reason why you can't. 5 split plays on this one. So it's under £40 for, what did I say, how much did I say there was? meterage. I did so many meterage. Old cave, it hasn't put it on there. But these feel like long, that feels a bit more. Long quarters, that's 1/2 metre. I might be wrong with this. You know when you work with fabrics a lot and you think, yep, that's 1/2 metre, 1/2 metre. So I think, let me just check, I think that feels like 1/2 metre, that's 1/2 metre. So we've got 1/2, 1 metre, 2 metres, long quarters. So 1, 2, 3, 3 metres, 1, 2, 3, 4 metres, 1, 2, 3. What did I say? Did I get to 4 or 5? 4 metres, 5 metres. I don't know. That feels like a metre, but I'm wrong. That's about 1.5 metres. So that's 6.5 metres. And that one, 6.5. That feels like 2 metres. 6.5, 7.5, 8.5 metres. I may be wrong there. I'm just going by what it feels like, but that feels like 8.5 metres to me. Of William Morris collaborating with Cave Facet Fabric. Okay, so that is, that's going down a lot, right. So, does that feel like 8.5 metres, do you think?
That's about 9.
Oh, it feels like 9 to Michael. It feels like 9 metres to Michael. Tim Holtz, Vintage Red.
Got it. There you go.
Thank you. Let's get the price down. £259.99 is not what you're going to pay. £179.99. The last time we did this, it was £189.99, so we've gone £10 extra on this one. And not many left already. Oh, gosh. Vintage Red. Am I in here? Oh, there we go. So, Christmas. Well, actually, my presents aren't wrapped this nicely at Christmas, to be honest. Okay. Oh, this is, I like that. It's got stamps on it. Oh, you can, so we've got vintage stamps. Am I in it? Am I in it? Oh, come on. Right. So we have some vintage stamps. Oh, look, the family photos. I was looking at some of my old family photos. I'm doing an article for a magazine and they wanted to know my background and who taught me to sew and everything. And most of the pictures that I found, because we had box brownies, so my parents had a box brownie in those days. It was expensive. They didn't have lots and lots of pictures like we do nowadays. And every single one of them was out of focus, which is such a shame. And, I don't know about you, but I've got to the age now where older generations are no longer around. So we'll see a family photo like this, and I don't know who they are, but there's nobody to ask anymore, which is a shame. If you've got old family photos, write their names on the back while you can still remember. But I love all of those.
I've got a sample of that as well.
Oh, have a look at this. There's another huge one, look. It's gorgeous. Oh, and we've got, it looks like my maths paper. When we used to write in slate, that was. But that is gorgeous. Really detailed. I love the colours on there. It is vintage, isn't it? But, what it says on the box. I love the back on it as well, but you don't get that. We're down to 6 left. Uh-oh. Right. That's the, look at the map. Fat quarter. Oh, this is so nostalgic. Because my dad was a lorry driver. We had maps of everywhere in the country. We've got the road maps, everything, A to Z's, everything. You don't have those anymore because we've got phones and sat-navs and things. So this is really nostalgic. And I love the colours again because it looks old. You know, I do still have atlases and maps of my dad's. And it looks like this when they've all kind of gone a little bit yellow with age. Where is that? Oh, it's Liverpool. Oh, how appropriate if you're from Liverpool. Are they all Liverpool? They're all Liverpool. You might recognise it. Where do you live? You can see our house from there. Okay, so that's that. Oh! What's that? I don't know what that is. What's the numbers on that? Oh, it's when they punch tickets. Do you know, when I was little, my dad was a bus driver before he was a lorry driver, and I wanted to be a bus conductress, purely because they used to walk them down the aisles with a ticket machine and tear them off. And I thought, I could do that all day. Be out of a job now, wouldn't I? So yeah, punch tickets. And then just a vintage style of blender. See, this is, this looks like my maths book. Well, it's more of a diary, this one, isn't it? It's like a shopping list or a wages thing. That's really interesting. But again, I love the way that the background's been faded as well. So it does look like, you know, an old a document or a piece of paper with handwriting on it. Oh, this is so lovely. Okay, so then we've got that one. There's a lot of that one. And that one. So you've got a lot of fabric again, and the vintage red quilt is what you're going to be able to make. Full instructions are included in that. Oh, we've got more in baskets than we've got left of that one. So better move on. Tulip pink, paradise purple, please.
No. Give it there. Oh, it's at the front.
That one.
There's the box at the front.
Oh, there we go. I should have recognised the box because it's bright purple. Right, we've got a few of these. Okay, so we should be okay for now. But the price is going down. The price is going down. £99.99, under £100 for tulip pink. And we've got split pay, so it's £33 and 33p. And we've got it here, look. I mean, it's still a good size, isn't it, for £100? That is beautiful. And again, we've got squares and rectangles. It's just squares and rectangles. But it's the arrangement that makes it so interesting, doesn't it? It's gorgeous. Thank you very much. I'm in it. Is that the same? Is that the same colour? Oh, we've got a different colour than the one you've just seen, but it's the same design. Oh, it's in the wrong box. So we've got paradise green in a paradise purple box. Oh, which one have we got? We've got the paradise purple. That's the one that you're going to get, all right? We haven't got the paradise green, so I'm not going to open that one. But we do have the purple one. Do you mind if I just have the quilt back again so we can have a look at the colours? So, let's do that. Leave that separate. There we go. Thank you. So these are the fabrics that you're going to get. But again, squares and rectangles. But what a clever design. It looks like gift boxes wrapped up with ribbon. We're down to 16. We had loads of these. I was going to say, oh, take your time. You don't need to rush with this one. We've got more in baskets. We've got 22 in baskets and we've got 16 left. And this is all on point. It's just gorgeous. So we've got the checks and is that on the iron? Oh, fabric to match your tulip pink iron. 15 left now, 23 in baskets. So we've got the spots and the checks and the flowers. Instantly recognisable is Tulip Pink. We're going to sell out of these. 24 in baskets and 14 left. So I'm sorry, but 10 of you are going to miss out on this one. 12 of you are going to miss out. Sorry about that. It is going a little bit crazy. And of course the border fabric with the blue with the pink spot on there as well. Gorgeous, isn't it? It's bright and it's fun. And you know, wall hanging, you could throw it over a table. You know, it's not a massive quilt, but imagine that on your spare bed. How impressive would that be when your guests came round? And it's simple to make. Again, as squares and rectangles, that's all it is. It's the arrangement again, isn't it? And the way the colours are. We're down to single figures now. Oh, so there's 27 of you trying to order, and we've got 9 left. Oh gosh, that's really busy, busy, busy. 7 left. Oh dear. Now you will need your own backing fabric. What's it got on there? Oh, there's birds on that one. So go for. Oh, do you do Tulip Pink by the
5 left.
Got 5 left.
5 left.
Oh yes, we've got some more Tulip Pink coming out tomorrow. So have a look on the website. Okay. We've got news, Michael. What's happened?
What's happened?
Yeah.
We've got too many in baskets.
We've sold out. We've now sold out. Right, Sue Pen. Sue Pen. Colour triangles, lilac. Oh, I like this one. Oh, if you take the price down, £249.99. Shall we go low? Really, really low. Let's go to the lowest ever price. The biggest reduction. How low can you go? That low. £159.99 is your price. A saving of £90. £90. Oh, I do love this. Isn't that? Oh, no, what we got? We've got half square triangles and squares. So again, it's a really easy design. In fact, all these quilts are, aren't they? I think every one that we've shown you looks absolutely striking, but they're easy. So if you're a beginner, your quilt's going to look like this. How impressive would that be? First time you've ever made a quilt and you make that. Can you imagine? Be a really, really simple one, right? Let's have a look. Okay. Oh, right. Oh gosh, we've got that much fabric. It sounds really heavy. What does it say we've got? Right. We'll guesstimate what we have. Half a metre? Wrong. 1 metre. 1 metre. I think 1.5 metres. Metre. Long quarter or fat quarter. Oh no, hang on about that. Half a metre. 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 I might be wrong, I'm only going by weight. Half a metre, and I want to say 2.5. Oh, I love that fabric. I love that. And it looks so hand-drawn, doesn't it? And sketchy, and it's just bright and fun and energetic, and the colours on here are amazing. So that there, and there, and that. And you know, if you don't want the purple, because there's a lot of it with the border and all of these triangles, excuse me, what about an orange solid? If you've got orange, What about a bright yellow? What about a turquoise? Can you imagine? A white or black? That Sarah was saying earlier on, black could really make everything pop. But a complete artist palette. Let me see how much of the purple we've got. I was reckoning 2.5 meters. Oh no, I think it's more. I think it's more. Old school. 1 meter. 2. 3. You've got 4 meters there. Wow. At the lowest price, well, the biggest saving at £159.99. You've got 5 split payments, by the way, so you can split that into equal interest prepayments of £31.99. So it's yours. It'll be winging its way to you later on this week for £31.99. You could have this made and finished by the time you finish paying for it. And there's no interest on that there at all. Actually, when I say there's no interest, there's a lot of interest. A lot of interest. Right, we're running out of time. And we can't go over, can we? Because we've got the next lot in. We've got Paola and Hayley. Okay. We've got Rachel Haya, Countryside Blue. We've got that one. Cream. Oh, cream. Cream or blue? What do you want? Cream or blue? Blue for. There we go. So Countryside Blue is this one. I'm feeling exhausted after this now. Countryside Blue. It's another free spirit. Have you got one? Have you got one? And we do have the Countryside Cream. I'll give you the details of that one in just a second. That's the same design. Look how different they are. Oh gosh, I like the blue. I think. I like the cream. No, I like the cream. I like the cream. I like both of them. And I'm weighing in. I reckon you've got about 8 meters of fabric. Again, it's a big quilt. It's 224 by 224 centimetres. So that's almost 2.5 metres. In size, it's well 2.25 metres. You imagine the size of that. They are massive. So there's the blue one. It's £199, so that has gone down. And then there's the cream one, so I'm assuming that's the same price. At £199.99. Everything that you need, you'll need your wadding and you'll need your backing fabric if you wanted to go for those. Oh gosh, we're almost out of time. You know, we do have more on the website. Lots more that we haven't got time to show you here. So have a look on sewingstreet.com and you'll be able to have a look at everything that we have left, everything that we've had throughout the course of the day today, and I'd say everything that you haven't quite seen yet as well. Now, I'm going to see you again tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock with that amazing offer exclusive to Sewing Street, 2-year subscription for $99.99, which is ridiculously low for what you get. We'll tell you more about that tomorrow at 8 o'clock. We've got Amber Makes at 9 o'clock. In fact, it's the best of Amber Makes at 9 o'clock. I'm going to be back with you again with a stationery folder and pencil case panel, so something brand new for you. Extra Wide Fabrics is coming up at 11 o'clock again with Rebecca. And then those new templates, my long hexagon and square, are at 12 o'clock. And we've got some stamp sets for you as well. They sold out completely last time we brought them. We didn't even show them to you. And then after all of that, at 2 o'clock, I probably won't be able to talk. So I shall be miming in the extra stitch on Facebook. In fact, Ben's going to be talking for me, so that's going to be fun. So I shall see you again tomorrow. Thank you for joining me today. I've had an absolutely lovely day. I hope you have too. Oh, just to let you know, there's a few quilt kits that we didn't get to show you, and Ben is now reducing prices for you online. So have a look on sewingstreet.com and enjoy the bargains that we've got for you. I shall see you again tomorrow morning.